vertical face in front of us. Just as we get to the bottom, just getting situated here with the ROV.
Okay, Chris, my head is west, and I'm beginning to move in your general direction, and you can give you some slack, and you can come around.
Roger.
Or actually, wait a minute.
No,
we're going to be headed west anyway.
Yeah.
Just move in your direction.
Coming back down.
Can't see if that's my lights coming up in bubble or not there.
I could try to
Or
help you.
fisheye.
I'm going to give you a little bit of slack. Our delta went up to 14 when you went down.
Yeah, still getting Z bias dialed in here a little bit.
Ah, there you are.
Okay, I'm in fisheye.
Fisheye.
Coming ahead. Down and ahead.
I have bottom and serious view too.
Okay.
There you go. Main HD. A little off to my port.
Yeah, there it comes.
Here we are.
So co-pilot, see if you can get your sonar to pick up the slope here.
Looks like we have a heavy sediment drape.
General direction here. I'm going to come down and get Z-bias tuned here.
Copy that. We also have not done white balance if we want to do that.
Okay. Yeah, we're delta 20. You can come down a little bit. Got some heave going, tugging me around.
Roger.
Okay.
That should give you.
Okay, we're on the bottom here at 4,060 meters. This is our first dive on the 10th of April for the Oceano Profundo expedition. We are on the
Vehicle's a little light.
escarpment,
Yeah.
an area near Arecibo Amphitheater, canyon area. We're just settling down on the bottom, getting the ROV situated. We're gonna get the
Co-pilot,
cameras
would
all
you like
set,
me to
white
push out your
balance,
sonar
and-
while you're... Oh, you're back
and
on.
Head
Yep.
on up towards our first
Go ahead and
waypoint.
take it over, Brian. Thank you.
It's like the jellyfish on the right. Hydra Medusa. And a holothurian. Or a sea cucumber to the left.
And co-pilot, your go for getting the arm out for white balance.
Roger.
At your convenience.
Of reporting comps and temperatures. Sirius
Roger
comps
that.
down to 26.
D2 altitude 0.8 meters. Z bias about 18, 19, looking right now. My heading is 254.
Copy. Yeah, if you want to figure out the next, or a good heading for us, I'll bring the arm around.
Nav's getting Sirius sonar. It looks like Sirius is pretty well lined up, wouldn't you say, Brian?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to check in with watch lead. We could probably, I think, disregard waypoint 1 and just head straight to, I mean, it'd be more efficient to just go straight to the topography.
Yep.
Let me check in with them.
I think that's okay, but let me just double check with Uri and Jason back on shore.
Okay, we're still getting set up, so let us know.
I'm going to take
Roger.
control of your bubble cam, pilot, if that's okay.
No problem.
So Uri and Jason, do we need to hit that waypoint that you that target that you had, or is it okay just to kind of move up slope from here?
Moving up slope would be fine.
It'd actually be nice to throw mini Zeus over there if you could.
Roger,
for
thank
another
you.
Reference.
Okay.
To watch lead, what was the consensus on that?
Oh yeah, yep, fine to move up from where we are.
Okay.
Efficiency is good.
I'm bringing Sirius down a smidge here.
Copy.
Looks better getting more light in the area with Sirius. And Sirius is the vehicle above the D2 ROV, which is giving an overview of the D2 in the water column. It's just one of its jobs.
I think on the starboard one we did a clockwise turn to get to the chip chart, which would mean a
That would sound right.
counter for the port side. But let's check. Yeah, I think that's right. I gotta move my elbow and push it up.
Looks like it's facing out of the light.
Yeah, I'll have to move one of those swing arms, I think.
Or you could try just coming way down on the shoulder. And I'll follow you.
Try to get it in there, yeah. Not sure if we're gonna get it.
Smidge of forearm in, maybe?
That's all I got.
Oh.
So might have to come back up to make it flat.
Right now in the view, you can see the manipulator arm on the ROV, and
Try the
there's a little panel on that that's used for white balancing.
starboard upper swing arm.
Making sure all the lighting is just right for the cameras. It's one thing that this ROV does really well is get amazing images. So we want to make sure that light in the video is set up before we start our dive.
What's that?
Ah. Bueno, bueno.
And I guess it's not perfectly square, is it, Jerry?
Let's get some zoom on and we'll see where we're at. Oh, that's me. Please stand by. Okay.
Just let us know what you need video.
So nav pilot 290 looks like square to the next step feature for.
All right, 290 will be our course.
Push out a little bit.
Go 50, 60 meters. Are you comfortable going that far?
What do we? I've got features all the way from 12 meters out to 30 meters. So
Thanks, video.
Move one tether length.
Sonar.
yeah.
I guess pilot
Well,
before
here
we move
it's
anywhere.
right in front of us here. This is, this is something we want to look at right here. We get clear the arm, and we'll get some gain on the video, and I'll move in.
Pilot watch lead. Yeah, we'll definitely want to just kind of, before we move anywhere, look around here, make sure we image everything that we see.
That.
I know there's some debris off to the left.
That would be south of us. I see a scarp right in front, so that's the low-hanging fruit of the moment.
Absolutely.
Stand by with me here while I stow.
No worries.
And if you want to go down,
Yeah.
go ahead.
We're just moving over a soft sediment bottom here and approaching this rocky feature. An outcrop, a rock outcrop of sorts.
Shoulder yaw doesn't. It's a little sticky.
Yeah, we were asleep. We should have gotten this out of the way on the way down, but
Well, when we sat down, I don't think we would have had enough time to.
Looks like a sponge on the
get it all
right.
done.
get a quick zoom, please, video. Something. Hold that. Thought it was a worm. Looks like seaweed or something.
It looks like debris.
Yeah, wide, please.
And we have a few sponges here on the hard exposed surface, and then you can see a really thick sediment drape on top of that. And a beautiful glass sponge right in the front. Remember, we're at a depth of 4,060 meters. Little else colonizing this rock face. Just 2 sponges so far. Maybe when we zoom in, we'll see some smaller fauna that are colonizing the face of this rock. It's fairly bare with few attached organisms right here.
Let's get a slow zoom, please, video.
So this is a rock outcrop with a thick sediment drape. Zooming into a glass sponge, hexactinellid. It looks like there's something maybe inside it.
Disabling valve pack and HPU.
See little alps
This
colonizing
rock
our
kind of has
go
the
pilot.
texture of the carbonate rocks in other places around Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. What it doesn't have is the thick
Let's stay
iron
with that
manganese
for now.
oxide coating that we do see in a lot of outcrops. So that's interesting given the depth that we're at.
That's really interesting. So deeper depths, less possibility for this manganese, this black manganese iron coating that we see in other places.
It really is variable. I don't really know that there's much of a depth dependence. It's more how long the rock face is being exposed to the water and allowed the minerals to precipitate out. So it's kind of a measure of freshness of a rock face. Freshness always being a very difficult term to constrain in the marine environment.
Let's get a little more zoom video.
Looks like the sponge is on a stalk here. It's a type of vase sponge. I've never seen this species particularly before. I don't know if anybody back on shore has seen this morphotype of this glass sponge.
Focus base. Thank you.
Can you zoom in on the rock even more a little bit?
Yeah, come on in video, max zoom. And Copilot, looks like the craft might be casting a shadow. I can't really see. Maybe poke around with the PTZ cam and see what our light pool looks like. It looks dark.
Yeah, I was just
in front of me here.
I just moved your lower swing arm back, and I'm going to check on all the other ones.
Yeah, see if we can get a little more light on the subject here.
Okay. I think the lowers are a little outboard.
So does a green color on the rock, does it seem true, or is it white actually?
I think it's a whitish color. There's a sort of brown orange early stage of the iron manganese sort of forming there.
The sponge should look white.
There's a green tinge to it a little. I don't know if that's real or just lighting and video.
Yeah. But for the benefit of the folks on shore, if the sponge is a reference of whiteness, then we're adjusting.
Jason, why do you think it's carbonate and not volcanic plastic? Is there something here you can tell?
Complete pure speculation. I'm kind of looking at the texture a little bit.
Let's zoom out
and
please,
it's
video.
Reminiscent of some of the texture we've seen in some of the other dives we've done and the carbonate rocks we've seen. But, it's always using texture to determine rock type is tough.
Steal your mini Zeus.
No worries.
And color and texture are very, misleading indicators sometimes. So it's more of just my general feeling and vibe at this point. Certainly in the dive series. So.
Would you either of you like another zoom in here on this rock face?
Yeah, the only thing, of course,
let's go ahead and zoom video. Just yeah, that's good.
What is that black material at the base?
It looks like some kind of seaweed-like stuff, but I couldn't be sure. Let me see if I can stabilize a little bit here.
Possibly plant debris?
Yeah, that's what that's my guess.
Yeah, I was thinking it looked like plant detritus.
Now, right before we leave this area, if you want a really sharp image of this face, I can bottom the vehicle and stabilize it, but after that we will have stirred up a bit of
There's something
debris.
white in the upper right-hand corner.
Yeah, standby pilot.
Okay.
Or something.
Oh, were we full zoom video? Okay.
We're full zoom, Amanda. The white on the left, is that what you see?
I'm working on it.
Yeah, Dave, looking in your aft camera,
Center screen, yeah.
Looks like anything we stir up is going to be around for quite some time.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't want to bottom it unless we really have to.
Jason and Uri, do we need another view, or is this is pretty good for now until we move on?
Push it a little closer.
Yeah, go ahead. That's fine with us.
Pilot, before we move, though, when we zoom back out towards the right, there's another white sponge, I believe. Just want to see if it's the same species or something different.
Roger that. I'm just getting tight on the rock here.
Perfect, thank you.
We're at full zoom. There's another little white object. And I'm just going to sidle to my right, which is northeast, and we'll pick up that other sponge.
It's best I can do on lighting pilot. I think you're a little ways away, and
right. Is there any possibility of pyrite in this formation? Just looking at the color from what I see here.
I don't believe so. Let me double check on that, Dave. Jason, any possibility for pyrite here, or is that color that we're seeing here possibly early coating occurring on the rock face?
Was that pyrite?
That was a question.
We haven't seen pyrite form directly or marcasite or any of the other kind of iron sulfide minerals directly precipitating out onto the rock face. Mostly they're the hydroxides, a lot of iron, manganese, cobalt, any other minerals. It's not to say that it isn't. I mean, we don't know a lot about the rocks here. So
great. Thank you. Can we get a full wide on the rock face?
Right. Video full wide, please. Okay. And a little bit over to the right here, we'll pick up that second sponge. My heading is 300, and I'm almost square to this feature. And video zoom sponge, please.
Oh yeah, this is a different species than what we just filmed.
That. That's okay. The lens is...
If anybody out there is interested in sponges, we could definitely use more sponge taxonomists as a community. Sponges occur from very shallow seas all the way to the deep sea, and actually few people study their evolution and their morphology taxonomy. And we still don't know what several of them are. Although we do have a few wonderful people, deep sea sponge biologists, Shirley Pomponi, who couldn't join us today, who will be watching this video feed and has requested really good shots of sponges, is really curious about what we're finding in this region. There's really been no work done on sponges in deep waters around Puerto Rico and the USVI. So any chance we have for zooms on cool and interesting different sponges, we'll try to do that.
So just maneuvering to get a profile view here.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I thought it was going to be a little more round, I guess, when we first approached it, more spherical. And in waters this deep, from my experience, I think sponges are the most common sessile colonizing species that we see on rock faces.
A very narrow base relative to the...
Yeah, it is.
I think this is... Let me give it a little bump ahead here and stabilize, and then I think I just stubbed my toe there. Let me give it a little zoom now, Vid. Now hold that.
Those bells that you're hearing, if you can hear them back on shore, we had a fire drill and safety drills today, and they're just wrapping those up.
This is a drill. This is a drill. All hands stand by to abandon ship. All hands stand by to abandon ship. Report to your abandoned ship station with TFD.
It's come a little wide, please, video. It's another creature down there.
So we had having an abandoned ship drill right now on the ship.
Andrea, do you see the little white spiky thing down there? Zoom again, please,
White
video.
spiky thing, center.
Yeah.
It's another sponge.
Is that? Oh, okay.
Yeah, looks like it.
I'm going to come up a little bit, pilot, just to tether manage here.
Roger that. Is that a juvenile or?
No, I think it's a different group. I think they're called cladorizid sponges.
And then here's a pretty stable view of that color that I just said pyrite because I don't know enough. I know just enough to be dangerous. So we have a good white reference in the sponges. So I'm pretty confident about the color.
Okay.
There.
Why don't I lower the swing arms? You want me to do that?
Let me
Some more plant debris floating along
stabilize
the
a little
bottom.
bit here. Definitely a yellowish cast to that.
Yeah, it's very hard to tell. There's a lot of sediment coating this rock face and variable coatings.
Did you say you had a little more zoom video? Okay. All right. Getting a little dusty. Let's come full wide, please.
Yeah. Do we want to, before we move, pan left or right along this feature, Jason Uri, or continue upslope?
Go ahead, continue upslope.
Okay,
Yep,
great.
that'd be fine.
Thanks.
All right. Let me square off to the strike here. Yeah. That's visually perpendicular, and my head is 305 for this one little bit here.
Copy.
Right, a little bit left of that.
Yeah,
to
a
the
little
sonar.
over all that.
Yeah. Let me push ahead through the murk here.
Okay, we're continuing our movement towards the slope. We're going to move up slope. Is that trash on the left?
Looking.
Yeah.
It's
Shall
like
we make a brand identification snap zoom,
beer
please,
can?
video?
Coke can. Fairly old Coke can.
All right, thank you. Wide, please.
Thank you. So we've been on the bottom for, approximately 20 minutes now.
Coming on 30.
First piece of trash that we see in the deep sea, 4,000 meters. We often see aluminum cans, Coke cans, beer cans, things like that, glass bottles at the bottom. So we're moving along. There's variable sediment draping these rock faces.
Some
Yeah.
light off to your
Yeah, I saw that.
starboard there.
Yeah, that's next.
Is it a midwater fish in the water column or a shrimp? Shrimp.
Come back down a little for you.
You gonna have enough tether to get there, Dave?
Maybe. Video, let's get a snap zoom on this exposed rock here. Thank you. Focus. Thank you. Okay, that's good. Come wide, please. And then there's something intriguing off in this direction.
Oh, yeah? Intriguing?
Intriguing. Look at the Sirius view. It's
white. Yeah, I see that. In the Sirius view, you can see this white stretch along the rock face here.
Oh, this could be interesting.
Looks like it could be.
I've seen this shape before.
Is it?
Oh, I will not speak before I'm sure. We've gotten in trouble.
Yes.
I'm sure we're going to want a ship move, give us
Okay.
a little more working room here,
Yep.
so we can take care of this.
With 30 meters,
White rock,
Yeah.
please?
270.
Could you repeat, please?
Yes, can you zoom to the white rock there? Rock
Yep.
face?
Bridge,
We're
ROV
getting
now.
set up to do so. There's a lot of debris around the base, too.
Okay, video, slow zoom, please.
ROV, this is Bridge.
Yeah, Bridge, we'd like to request a ship move.
Roger
Hold
that.
that,
How
please.
far?
30 meters, 27 degrees, 0.2 knots.
So, say again, 30 what meters?
30 degrees, 30 meters, 270 degrees,
Any ideas, Ori, what we're looking at
0.2
here?
knots.
Okay, so that's 270 true.
Like some
And
carbonate
so
rock,
we're going to be
but I
backing
don't know
down
why
at
it's so
0.2
wide.
knots. Is that going to be an issue?
Right here and nowhere else.
Shouldn't be an issue for us.
Okay, I'm applying it now.
Thank you.
Recently, just a rock fall and exposed it.
Yeah, I think that's what it looks like. It's just a superficial layer has then it's pulled off and you've been left with a pressure space. There appears to be a bedding plane and a lithology change that you can kind of
Okay,
see
video, let's
between
come
two different
forward,
rock types. The bottom is more shaly, more flaky,
And yes,
and then
brighten it up.
this part is more massive. The part, the white part, and then the stuff below it. Interesting outcrop.
Let me know if you'd like that. Swing arms deployed, Dave.
Yeah.
Do we want
Yeah,
to zoom in on the debris surrounding that white face?
I
Yes,
think
we
you can
want
actually
swing
see the
arms
part
out.
that's pulled off is the sort of dirty white part sitting at the base of the slope,
Straight ahead.
where it just becomes flat. Looks like it could have been the part that fell off, or at least part of the part fell off.
We're maneuvering, and we'll get some more light on the subject
Andrea,
here.
do you think there was something in the cracks along that white face? I couldn't quite tell. I'm not sure of the range.
So how's this looking,
I
ROV?
didn't notice, but we can definitely take another look.
Yeah, Bridge,
So
this
the
looks
crack
good.
on the right.
So it'll take it
Yeah, within
10,
the
15
white
minutes
area.
before we
Okay.
see that motion down below.
Did you hear that, pilot?
Come
Copy.
again?
If we could get another zoom on that crack straight ahead.
Yeah,
in
the
the white.
horizontal one.
Yeah, in the middle of the white area.
I see two. One at the top that's dark, and one on the right that's not so dark.
The one on the right.
Okay, here we go. Pushing in.
Oh, and then maybe there's an urchin, possibly, too? Let's see.
Yeah, we thought we saw something
Yeah.
poking out, too.
Okay, video, half of a zoom, please. And hold that. Track
Oh.
focus, please.
Yeah, underneath. Okay, we'll get a zoom of this crack on the right, and then we'll move up to that overhang. I think Randy Singer pointed out there may be an
I may
urchin
be
under
too
there.
close here, so watch in Sirius. You don't want to deploy the uppers right now.
No. Getting the rail cams too. It's okay for right now.
Yeah. Okay.
You see anything there, Amanda? We need a closer look.
Yeah, if you have any more zoom, again, I can't quite tell from here. It just looks like...
Okay, let's get some more zoom, please, video. All right, let's hold that right there. See if I can steady up. I'm going to try to go down and look up.
Thank you.
Jason, Yuri, happy these are carbonates?
I'm starting to kick up some debris.
Yeah, that's great, Andrea. If we could take a look at that urchin / possibly anemone type thing.
Okay.
Let's come out a little bit, video.
And then up, right above, there's that other little overhang crack.
Yeah, work.
Something underneath.
Okay.
You want to zoom on your sonar, Dave?
Roger that. We've stirred up a little muck here.
Yeah, Jason, you're right that this texture to the right and left of this wide exposure is the same as
serious
we
scan.
saw
Can I get
at
it?
the first clip down there.
It'll be tough because we're zooming, but see that guy? We could, I mean, because we're heaving, but if you could try to get him.
Trying to maneuver to look underneath here. We're looking into the dark video on the overhang at the top of the screen.
Correct.
That's tough, I know.
And I believe I'm in contact. I can't get down any further. A little more zoom, please, video. And can you look into the darkness, please?
Anemone.
How's the port center I'm doing, Brian?
Not quite accustomed to that angle yet. It looks scary from here.
I'll check it in the bubble. There.
When you first deployed them, it looked scary, but then we could see them on Sirius and it looked fine.
Right.
Okay, Andrea, that's about the best I can.
Okay, that's good for now. We'll grab a snapshot of that anemone later, send it to an anemone expert, and hopefully we can get an ID on it.
If we have any more zoom video, just I'm curious about this staining or color. Yeah, what that is. Okay, and then I'm going to pan right to the mystery creature. Oh, that's better.
That's a little better, yeah. Got really long tentacles.
Okay, I think we got that best as possible. Wide, please.
Yeah, before we move, I just gotta have a look real quick. Could be a squat lobster.
Okay. We have a landmark.
No, let me ask real quick.
Okay, I see something. What? Let's zoom right here. Video. This little white something there. Could be. No, that's just more carbonate.
No, it was in Sirius view.
Oh, wide, please.
So maybe we need to move up a little bit.
Was it in front of the vehicle or to the side, underneath? That's a big pool of light there. If I were a lobster, I might want to be down here.
Oh, I'm sorry, not a squat lobster, an isopod.
In the water column.
Munopsid.
Wait.
I was reading it, Munodopsis. Sorry about that. It makes more sense. Okay, we can keep moving.
All right.
We tracked it as best we could, but we lost it.
Okay.
The isopod.
All right, I'm rising up and backing up a little bit to get more of an overview of this feature.
Okay, we'll continue on up.
I'm going to swing my lights left and right for the Sirius view.
Another sponge. Looks like one of the, on the stalk, a vase sponge. Now, Tim said there was a possible whip-like structure on the right here.
Okay, and there's a pile of something right
pile
here.
Of something. Oh, I see it.
And I wonder... I was going to say coral debris, but it's just speculation.
More debris fallen from the rock face?
I think I just need to get close enough to see.
So we're seeing really nice sub-horizontal bedding here. Presumably the carbonate with maybe a thin layer of shale just going...
Yeah, this is anthropogenic. Quick zoom, please.
Yeah, more trash here.
Coveralls, maybe.
Coveralls.
Looks to be denim.
Jean material, yes,
yeah.
Denim. Covered with a thin layer of sediment.
Okay, wide, please. Thank you.
So the line that we see, the horizontal line going across, is that a different type of material?
It's almost certainly bedding in the rocks, and maybe that's a thin shale layer within the massive carbonate. The black area there could be, as Jason pointed out, a slope failure, bits of it breaking off. Or I guess I'll correct that. Maybe the white area to the left is the broken bit, and the area to the right is the manganese-covered older bit.
Okay. It's floating there, just sediment coming off the rock?
That's correct.
I'm going to back up. I've got HD2 looking down, and if something had fallen, it may be right below me.
What's nice here is clearly the bedding is much more massive compared to what we saw in the first outcrop, which was highly fractured and broken up.
And so is that an indication of greater stability of the feature then?
It's telling us something about the rock type. Now, whether that thing at the bottom was a very different rock to these, which I think is where you would go. Jason, Yuri, does it make sense that these are just massive carbonates?
Yep, makes perfect sense. I mean, the carbonates, they're massive, but they're variable in their composition. So even though they're primarily carbonates, and we kind of classify them, we'll say, hey, they're carbonates versus something else. The amount of other material, like quartz and feldspar, and
please.
Other detritus that is included with those carbonates, somewhat leads to the different bedding and the different strengths of the rocks we see, and that strength leads to different ways that they fail, different ways that they erode, whether they end up making benches or having big, fractures in them. There's a whole range of different ways that each of these lithologies manifests itself when we see them visually.
Looks like wood.
And we'll probably see that more and more as we go up the wall. So, looks like wood.
Yeah, it does look like wood. And there's several serpulid worms on the wood. So these white things that you're seeing here are worm tubes. And then, Tim, you saw limpets. So, Amanda, are you there?
Hey, Andrea.
Hey, Amanda. And this.
I was wondering if you're seeing maybe limpets as well, or some other epifauna that might be living on the wood.
Okay, noted. Thanks.
Sorry, I got to mute.
Do we have any more zoom?
Is that seagrass at the end? Oh, you can see the tube worm, the actual live animal sticking out of the tube itself.
See the white thing, brightest white video? Yeah, there's little feathers out of the top.
Yeah.
If you can focus that. There, up. That's it.
Amanda, can you comment at all on these serpulid worms on this wood? Tell us a little bit about them.
So we see them often attached to hard substrate. The polychaete worm, Serpulidae, is a family. It creates a hard calcareous tube, that's the white that you see, and then the animal itself lives within the tube, and it extends part of its body out to the water column and utilizes that to feed. And as we're continuing with the dive, we'll often see these tubes. They leave the tube behind when they die, so that's an indication of the serpulid being present there. I'm also seeing in the left-hand side of the screen what looks like a detritus, possibly a maybe seagrass. Wouldn't be surprising. We've seen a lot of seagrass in this area. Obviously, in the shallow water environment, it grows normally, and then when the seagrass dies, it can get transported down to these depths and concentrated in these areas. And since that material, the plant itself, is hard to decompose or takes quite a long time to break down, we often see sort of black seagrass blades hanging out on the floor.
Let's come out just a little bit, video. Hold that.
And I'm curious, I think we might be seeing limpets on the wood.
On the right?
Yeah, and I think towards the base.
Okay.
So that's an interesting observation as well.
Thank you for that.
Wide, please.
And I just want to remind people that we're kind of at the edge of a canyon here that is, its head is pretty much adjacent to the coastline of the north coast of Puerto Rico. So be interested to see if we see more of this debris, detritus that may have traveled down the canyons. I mean, there's no indication that that's exactly how it got here, but
right.
Might be something we see more and more of.
Something is sticking up here. What is
Pilots,
this?
as you do this, we might try to work our way south a little bit.
Okay.
Just to get Sirius's head around to
interesting
closer to
rock structures on the
270.
Okay, coming south.
Understood.
This is quite a
From
quite an
exposed rocks,
interesting
it
wall.
Pattern. It seems like there's frequent rockfall in this area.
I think one of our issues on lighting, Dave, was we were kind of staring at our feet.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you get in tight and you want me to rotate those top ones down, just let me know.
I guess we're probably seeing some changes in lithology, or some little changes in lithology, going from the much more massive rocks below to these ones, which are a little
Pilot,
less
can you
massive,
zoom on those white floating things?
more irregular
Yes.
weathering, etc.
Video, quick zoom.
Sorry to interrupt. I just saw.
Yep,
Are
hold.
those floating or are those on the rock?
That is on the rock.
Oh, that's a sponge.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's interesting. That's a long stalk. Sorry. So third sponge species that we've seen so far.
Wide, please. There's another one. Oh, there's several.
Yeah, yep.
Several. Okay, zoom again, because there's one
We're at a
down
depth of
here.
4,050 meters.
Zoom. All right, hold that, please.
And that looks different yet.
Okay. All right, wide, please. Thanks.
Thank you, pilot. Thank you,
You're
video.
welcome. There's something in
Another
this
can?
Another
sediment.
Coke can?
No, I think this might.
Looks like Budweiser.
Big horses. Quick zoom.
Budweiser.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Now they'll send a wagon and come pick it up. Wide, please.
Well, that's the old pull top.
Okay,
Call an
we've
archaeologist.
been almost an hour into this dive, not quite. We're investigating pre-carbonate platform and carbonate platform stratigraphy, looking for evidence of platform failures and the influence of canyon processes in this area. Going to zoom in on all the biology that we see as well so far. Several different species of glass sponges and an anemone of some sort hiding deep underneath a rock overhang.
Seems to be some
Piece of wood with the serpulid polychaete worms that Amanda described, and some limpets as well.
Zoom.
Evidence of trash already, a couple cans, and denim material.
It's more of that white rock, carbonate, in amongst the other stuff.
And pilot, do you see all those little stick-like figures on top of this?
Yes, I do.
If we could just get a quick zoom
Sure
in
can.
on any of that. Looks like more plant debris.
Zoom, please, video.
Nav, go pilot.
Pilots, it looks like you're almost ready for a little more tether.
Yes.
Affirmative.
So that looks like a sponge base, a sponge stalk on the right.
Another 30 meters.
Yeah.
Good with that?
And I'll come around to 270 that way.
Be my
Copy that.
I'll just leave it there.
Bridge RV nav.
ROV nav, this is Bridge.
Bridge, we'd like to request the same move again. 30 meters,
thank
270
you, pilot.
degrees,
Keep moving.
0.2 knots.
Roger.
Wide,
Would you
please,
like
video. Thank you.
We have started the move.
Thank you, Bridge.
Video, can you brighten up the Sirius cam just a little bit? Is that possible? Seems awfully dark. Yeah, thank you. That's perfect. Thanks.
Watch leads. This is nav. Just for your own calculations, we're anticipating that we'll need to be off by around 2:15 local time.
Roger, thank you. Okay, I think that's the same species of sponge, the first one, possibly, that we videoed as soon as we landed on the bottom.
Swing around and get a profile.
And then try to make a little bit of headway up slope.
Right.
since we haven't gone very far in depth. It's always the first dive is pretty exciting.
Yeah, let's get interesting and gelatinous. Bottom of the screen. Let's get a quick zoom on the sponge and then I'll go after it. I don't see. Oh, yes. Okay. That looks like a nudibranch.
Yeah, that sponge we imaged.
Zoom.
Not the same individual, but the same species as soon as we landed.
Don't outrun it. Zoom. Hold. More zoom.
Is that a worm? Polychaete worm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We're way off, but we got the ID. Okay, wide, please. So, I'm headed up, co-pilot.
Roger that. So am I.
Quick zoom.
Another isopod.
That's good, thank you.
Oh, no, Tina 4.
Wide, please.
Really?
What is, let's get a little zoom on the black object. That might be a
sea cucumber.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No more zoom. Yeah.
Okay, we have a holothurian sea cucumber.
Okay, wide please. Okay, terrain is receding. We're gonna have to wait for the ship to catch up.
Okay.
I'll sweep around a little bit.
Yeah, if there's anything else to zoom in.
Go ahead, watch lead. $16.30. Yeah.
More sediment over here to the north side.
So we're looking to the north?
We are looking to west-northwest.
West-northwest.
Right now, 295 is our look direction.
Yep.
Sonar suggests it might even out before the next wall. The ship is just about done with that 30-meter move.
Okay.
And another sponge.
Yeah.
Oh, would we like to update the sonar machine at this point? Is that something we're into?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Thank you.
We lost the vent log, it looks like. So the sponge to the left, I think, is the second sponge species that we imaged when we landed.
Let's get a little zoom on this little one in front
that
here.
looks a little different. It's like a lollipop. Can't even hardly see the stalk on that one. Oh, and there's another smaller one to the bottom right.
Yeah. We got any more Zoom video? Oh, yeah.
That one's on a stalk as well.
Okay, let's come
Do we
wide.
still have Hui with us on the line?
Okay, swinging over
Yeah,
to
we're
the
still
south.
here on the conference call line.
Okay, great. Notice we lost the event log here in the chat room, so it's just double checking.
Nav, co-pilot.
What is that
Here,
straight
and it's
ahead?
great to hear your voice, Andrea.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks, good to hear your voice too, Amanda.
Is the Sirius not tracking, or is it just...
Oh, it's the tracking has a large variance.
Okay. Understood.
It, anecdotally, it was pretty noisy on the way down. I mean, just part of it's just depth, and part of it could be also with the bathymetry bouncing off the walls. But
a lot of sediment cover here. It's pretty thick.
Okay, understood.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I mean, a lot of sediment cover on the rocks. The question I was just going to ask Yuri or Jason, do we know how thick the carbonate should be here, maybe from seismic?
Yes, it should be on the order of between 1 kilometer and 1.5 kilometers.
Pilots,
So I looked at that
the ship has been settled out. Sirius has moved a bit.
We did not even reach
But
the bottom of the
sonar seems to suggest we can keep moving
we started
Okay.
diving.
30 meters at a time.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't want to get ahead of ourselves either. But
That sounds good.
I think we might be on a plane here, a step.
right.
Thank you, Yuri.
Followed by a 100-meter cliff, of course. Bridge, ROV nav.
Looks pretty flat on
Go ahead,
top.
Nav.
Yeah, Bridge, we'd like to repeat the last move again.
Okay.
30 meters, 27 degrees, 0.2 knots.
Amanda just
that.
pointed out the
30 meters, 270 direction, and 0.2 of a knot.
Amanda just pointed out the really nice
Copy that.
flat top, which of course is the bedding of the limestone. Presumably we're coming to the top of some little cliff face, and we might go horizontal for a while before we go up again.
Can we get a look on that crack?
Yep. Just keep
Yeah.
me safe on the swing arms there, co-pilot.
Copy that.
Yeah, just a quick zoom here. We can continue moving on up. Still only have moved about 15 meters so far. We're at a depth of 4040. 4040.
Let's get a zoom here, video. Hold
Yeah,
that.
Tim Shank is pointing out we haven't seen any decapod crabs yet at all, or any fish yet on this dive, although I think one of the co-pilots
wide,
up front
please.
said he saw a fish in the distance. Something attached underneath the ledge, perhaps another sponge.
Quick zoom on the sponge. Hold.
Yep, what's on? Oh, it's partially dead, so you can see kind of at the tip. It's a different color.
Yeah. Okay, wide please. Up and There's the top.
Oh, and it looks like it continues. So is this what we were talking about yesterday, where there could be bedding planes where you'll come up and it'll be flat, and then we'll go a little further, come across another face?
Yes, Andrea, exactly. That's a bedding plane to the limestone, the carbonates, and presumably we'll go a little bit further back, and then we'll see a steeper face again.
Another sponge to the right. What's this below the sponge, that bright
Yeah.
white?
Yeah,
is
on it.
more interesting. The sponge we have imaged already.
Slow zoom, please, video.
That species at least.
We're about to the end there, dude.
Yeah.
Briefly about the rocks, it's very difficult, but these look much similar to the rocks we found at the start of the dive. So we've gone from these fractured rocks through the massive limestones into these maybe more fractured, different composition limestones.
Co-pilot.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Our delta Z is getting close to 0.
Yeah.
Okay. You can go up a little, Chris. You all right?
Okay. Yeah, I was keeping an eye on that, Brian. I was just trying to get him a little more room. Altitude is still pretty high.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I can't tell if
Got any more
that's
zoom?
trash or if that's...
Hang on.
a sponge.
Okay. Sponge. No, wide, please.
Okay. Not quite sure what that was. Yeah, we can continue on.
You can see our tether in the Sirius view, and when you see it stretched out straight and the two floats in a line, that means I've puppied off to the end of my tether. So we'll wait for the ship to catch up. I can go left and right along this break here. So
4,035 meters. Good eye, pilot.
a little more zoom, please, video.
It's like a brittle star. It has a really small disc, central disc.
I'll try to push in a little bit here. I don't think leaning forward in the chair is helping any.
Tim and Taylor, do we have an idea on the genus of this? Or anybody else in the chat room?
Ask that again, Andrea. Sorry, you dropped out.
Oh, hi. Hi, Tim. How are you?
Oops.
Hi there. How are you?
Well, just wondering if you knew about this brittle star, a genus name at all?
No, I was just thinking about how unusual it looks, morphology, and was hoping we get more of a zoom on it, but
we're looking at it.
Yeah, I don't know yet.
It's got a really small disc. That's what I'm noticing compared to other brittle stars that we've seen.
Right, and the arms are. You can see where it connects to the disc. It looks like it's bulging there. It may be laden with gonads filled right now. So, but it's a great view of the specimen. I don't know it.
Yeah, I've never seen it before. Also, getting on Twitter to see if anybody has mentioned anything about this.
Yeah, okay, I'm perched here.
Our feeds are breaking up pretty strongly right now. So.
Are they? Okay.
Yeah.
And you're on I2. Wow, that's amazing. Look at that close up.
That's correct. It's a great shot.
Chris, I need help with tilt, please.
Roger.
Just bump it up just to get that central disc there. Good, thanks.
Wow, you can see all the spines on this. So this is a brittle star. It's an echinoderm. Echinodermata is the phylum, and if you can think about echino means spiny, dermis like your epidermis, skin. So these are spiny skinned creatures. Echinoderms have tube feet and what we call water vascular systems, which help move the tube feet and help in locomotion in the animal.
Hey, Andrea, it looks more like a Bersingid, I think.
Oh, a Bersingid.
Yeah, they're both there. bouncing
there's
around.
one there.
Is there also a small, another little creature there, down to the arm that goes off to the left?
Okay, so on Twitter we have Christopher Ma, Dr. Chris Ma, who is an echinoderm expert. This is a Brisingid. Phreasteria is the genus name. So I don't know if it's something unique to him. If he's ever seen this before, maybe comment. We're at a depth of 40-35.
Okay, let's...
Great video work. Thanks, guys.
Let's come wide, please, video. Great. Okay. Thanks, Jared. The front porch helps. Okay, we got some tether. Pushing ahead.
You have your camera back.
Thank you.
Okay, we're continuing on our move.
Looks like a junction or interface between types here. A little bit of zoom, please, video. Well, all right, that's good. Thanks, wide.
Pilot's nav. The ship's been settled out for a little bit. Sirius has still got a ways to swing, but we can.
Okay. Looks like maybe a corral morph.
You think we're safe?
Oh, are we moving?
To keep moving.
Say again, Andrea.
Oh, I'm sorry. We were talking at the same time. There was an anemone below.
Okay.
Right where you were before.
Before I got here.
Right where we were zooming in.
On the Brisingid? Or
nope, just right below you.
Right below. I can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, nav as soon as pilot's done here, I'm good with that.
Okay, zoom. Oh, yeah.
So it has white bulbous tips. So this is an anemone, an actinarian. It is a type of cnidarian. It has these white bulbous tips. So I'm thinking it might be a corallomorph, but we need to get a confirmation on that.
It's feeling us.
Yeah.
We can do a little bit more zoom as I center up. Yeah, go ahead. Okay.
Oh, it's beautiful imagery.
If you can push focus a little bit towards the interior of the... Yeah. There we go.
Okay, thank you. We can move on.
A wide, please. You're welcome. They're one of those flower-like sponges. Wide top, narrow base, lower left is screen. Moving up.
Is that another holothurian too on the right?
Looks like it.
Sea cucumber.
Quick zoom. Got that. Okay, wide, please. Some debris here. Thanks, Vid.
So, is that possibly Benthodites? The genus of that sea cucumber?
Steep face. Another carbonate exposure.
We're at a depth of 4,025 meters.
Carbonate looks more fissile, more finely bedded here. And then becomes massive again.
Okay, swinging my lights left and right for the Sirius view.
Very little attached fauna overall.
And my heading is due west.
Do we have any idea? There's not much current down here. Is there, pilots?
No. Rising and pushing ahead. Just snap on it. That looks like a steel can.
Steel can?
Yes. Antique. Call an archaeologist.
So low sedimentation rates.
We don't know if it rolled here or has... Actually, wait a minute.
Is it an old...
Looks very strange. Wide, please. Let's wait till we get over there a little bit more. And zoom again. Oh, it's a creature.
Really?
On there. Little
I see it now. Yep.
tiny. Okay, thanks.
Brittle star.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a brittle star.
Oh, there's our iron enrichment. Wide, please. Okay, rising.
Large sediment draped face.
Dave, you gonna be able to reach that next face?
We take a close look.
Looks like it's
the
12 meters out.
Here.
Okay. Got a request for the
okay.
close up here.
We've got a rubble pile.
We can get another ship move going though. I think we're
pilots, I'm just taking a quick lunch break, so Mike is taking over back here.
Roger that. Enjoy.
And for all of you back on shore, Mike Cheeto is the geologist on board here, and he's been sitting to my left. And I'm going to take a quick lunch break and be back, and you're going to hear him for a little bit.
Thanks, Andrea. Hi, everybody. I'll do my best. Please all chime in about the biology.
Take a good look at those objects that were swimming away. The water column.
Cut it out of
Bridge, RV nav.
Oh, wait a second. They're not going anywhere.
Yeah, Bridge, we'd like to request a ship move. 25 meters, 270 degrees, 0.2 knots.
So
25 meters, bearing 270 at 0.2 knots.
Good copy. Thank you, Bridge.
Thank you.
But Jason Urey, presumably this was some sort of slope failure at some stage, but quite a while ago. It's all sediment covered.
If you look in the background,
again, it's one of
Sirius.
the issues that we deal with on the seafloor is, there looks like there's some sediment drape on top. It's not overly thick, and in a perfect world, the thinness or the thickness of the sediment drape would tell us something about, how old it is based on some sort of determined sedimentation rate. But, the seafloor is more dynamic than that in that, we get a lot of different currents and flows and
please.
other kind of activity that can kind of make something even as simple as the sedimentation rate be variable from place to place. And maybe this has been here for 20,000 years, and currents have
partial zoom on
swept it clean or kept it clean. My guess is that it was relatively, it's youngish. Again, how old that is.
Okay, wide, please.
I'm not sure. We're kind of trying to work on some of the indicators that could allow us to better understand the age of features that we see visually. But, every time we see something, it adds to the pieces of data we need to build up that information. But
Thank you, Jason. One question: the block seems quite rounded. Is that to be expected?
Yeah, I see kind of a mix of features here. There's some angular pieces. There's my feed is pretty much stopped on one image, so, I'm seeing angular pieces, some rounded pieces, some pieces that are more, whitish, other pieces that are darker colored, so we're seeing kind of variation in the exposed ages of some of these rocks. Maybe once we traverse a slope, we'll see maybe where this originated from, and we can learn more.
Hey, before we head away from here, there's something going out of the screen, lower left-hand side.
Lower left?
Straight down.
Straight down.
Sorry to step on you, Jason.
Are you really?
Thank you both.
Are you there?
Who, me?
Oh, everyone. It sounded like things dropped out for a second.
Oh, I've lost my feed, so I don't have anything.
Pilot see it. Top of the image going out.
Well, what is it, Amanda?
It was a branched object with maybe like a percentage, like what we saw before.
Yeah, this is Bridge.
Really fast. So it's on the
Go ahead,
rock
Bridge.
face
Got
ahead of
5
you.
meters left.
Thank you, Bridge.
Straight up.
Full wide on Sirius for this video. Thank you.
Okay, pushing into the face.
Come back down with you a little, Dave.
I think where I'm going, I'm coming back up, but I'm not sure. Looking for a branched object.
Yeah, it's up from here, Dave, a bit.
Going up. Oh, there it is.
There it is right there on the list.
Okay, zoom please, video. A little bit more zoom. Hold that. Is this another Brisingid, or? We've lost our ecologist.
Yeah, it's a Brisingid, but there's something else on it.
Yeah, more zoom please, video. And hold that.
Hey, Jim.
Watch leader here. I'm relying on you guys on shore for the biology.
Yeah, it looks like there's an anemone on there as well.
A little bit of zoom out. Hold.
Thanks, Dave, for taking a look.
Okay, wide please. I notice its color is non-uniform. It looks a little mottled. Maybe it's unhappy.
So, Mike, to continue the conversation about sedimentation rate, you should first of all remember this is an island, and the supply is not that high of sediment. Then, secondly, you have a drainage area probably to the east of where you are at. So it may be that sediments that came from shore ultimately found themselves more into those grooves and the canyons that went down there, and things that are in between have lower sedimentation rate on them.
Thank you, Yuri. As we went up there, we could see that vertical structure, which is the joint, and presumably it's those joints that are being eroded to form the channels on the top of the escarpment. So we're kind of seeing some of the internal structure within the carbonates.
Quick zoom on what might be a sponge. Yeah, I think so. Okay, yes. All right, wide, please.
So more bits of rubble that's presumably been fallen down on top of the flat face of this little ledge. And presumably as we go up, we'll eventually hit another steep slope again.
I think I might have just given you a tug there, Chris.
Yeah, I think so.
Looks like I might be on a little bit of a pinnacle. Can't really see over the far edge yet. Maybe we can dash out there and get a look.
Follow you a little bit.
Yeah, there's some stuff off in the distance on sonar. Just can't see it. I think our lunch relief is coming. We'll hang here. Back up a little bit.
They may be coming at 12:30.
Oh.
So yeah, pilots, I think we got a while.
We got a while? Okay, we need another ship move here.
Yeah.
So folks on shore, we're heading 222 at the moment. That gives you an idea of the orientation of the void in front of us, the other side of the pinnacle.
You want to work back to 270, pilot?
Sure.
So pilots, we're going to keep on 270.
Roger that.
We could, looks like we got a feature in Sirius sonar. You want to go 40 meters? You want to stick with 30?
40, because
Okay.
I think we're going to leapfrog over
Yeah.
a void here.
Bridge, ROV nav.
So again, Uri and Jason, could the void be a crack in the face of the escarpment?
At least
Bridge,
from
ROV
my
nav.
perspective, I can't tell.
Go ahead, Nav.
A larger fracture.
Bridge requesting a ship move,
Being eroded
40
out.
meters, 270 degrees, 0.2 knots.
Sort of bigger picture
Okay,
view with
40
my-
meters, bearing 270 at 0.2
Pilot
knots.
video.
Good copy, thank you, Bridge.
Thank you.
I'm going to try and take some of this gain out here real quick if it's
Yeah.
okay with you.
But you do see a lot of fractures in the carbonate
It's
platform. Both
pretty useful in deeper water because
so much shallower.
you
than
can sort of
everything
start to
else
get a
and-
sense of
and down the stalk of it.
what the cable's doing and,
So it'll be interesting
you know,
to see as we
and-
go along if you see anything else that
yeah,
can tell us more
yeah,
about.
yeah. 5 minutes before you see it, and 15.
Thank you, Jason.
Seeing like a fish on the lower right-hand side of the screen right now.
Got it.
If we could take a closer look at that.
Video.
Roger.
ROV zoom. Fish center screen.
Pushing now.
Catch.
Let's hold that for a minute.
Holding.
Chasing.
Stand by. It's just above. There we go. Gotta brighten up along.
Amanda, can you tell us a little about that?
We'll push.
Yeah.
He's moving up still. Up frame.
It looks like a polychaete that's in the screen right now. You can see it's CD or appendages. The parapodia are essentially kind of like legs, and the CD are shining or shimmering in the light.
Thank you.
I'm sneaking up on it video.
Yeah, I feel you.
Still looking down at it.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. You're coming up quick.
Up,
One pass.
up. Sorry. Well,
Coming out.
stay one. Still a little rusty here.
Get him. Yeah.
Blowing him around. What's this on the rock?
Man. It looks like a coral tube.
Oh, wait a minute. Is that a bubblegum coral in the distance?
This could be our first coral.
To the right,
Yeah, I'm going,
Yeah.
Amanda.
you guys can take a look at that, the corner of the rock over there.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Video, you having a little camera control problem?
Yeah, I'm just sitting down here and looking at the colors. It looks like I have a red light indicating a bad white balance.
Yeah, probably. We tried to rebalance on a sponge. As
Oh.
a reference.
I have a empty sponge, apparently.
Well, it's the only thing we know of that is anywhere close to pure white. It was actually in the light pool. We've moved our target to the other arm, and our light is not good on it right now.
Oh. All right.
Okay, let's zoom here.
Focus in.
That looks like an octocoral. I can't count them yet, but you can push in unperched.
All right, let's go in and do a count real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Very nice front row. You guys are hired.
Our first coral of the day.
Okay, let's come out a little bit. Let's look for the base. See if we can get something. There we go. Let's go back in on
Looks
that.
like they're a nose too, so it's a bamboo coral.
Yeah.
I think we'll try to give you a little more light.
Oh.
Is that good? Is that too hot, Ed?
There's no such thing as too much light.
Yeah. With the bad white balance, it will not let me remove the 6 dB of gain.
Oh, okay.
That's what's going on.
Okay, let's come wide.
Coming out
wider.
slow.
Yeah.
Stopping on your command. Oh.
That's good.
Stopping here. There we go.
Okay, we got an ID. We've got full frame.
Looks like you're going out of frame top.
Yeah, I'm coming.
And coming out a little bit here.
Oh, but wait, there's
there we go.
more.
That's the whole organism.
Not a good background, but sweet. Okay, full wide, please.
Coming up full wide eye.
Thanks a lot. That was beautiful. Thanks.
Pilot, but looks like you're done.
That is full wide.
Okay.
Pilot video, my monitor is showing a very different color than yours.
I'm not surprised. I trust yours. I don't trust this one.
Roger.
Now, here's a sponge, and if you would like a white reference, I can set up on it. It's the best I can do.
2 here. Perhaps.
Yeah, this is Bridge.
Go ahead, Bridge.
Got 5 meters left.
Thank you, Bridge.
I think that one in center frame, maybe the cloud. I'm going to say cloud sponge, but I'm not using it for identification. Just the larger of the.
Yeah, we'll get you. Scoot over this away a little bit.
Huh. Yeah, I like that angle. Looks like some potentially anthropogenic material on the left bottom.
Yeah. Fell off the beer wagon. Okay, zoom here. Might not have much time because I might stir up some dust. Okay, hold that. Let me
holding, focusing.
Center up for you. There you go. Whoops.
Looks nice.
Can you work with that?
Yeah, let's get a little closer, huh?
Coming right. There you go.
I'm moving the focus between the background and the foreground piece as you move around here a little. Gonna come out. And holding here.
Okay.
This is Andrea Quattrini. I'm back from lunch, and I heard, of course, as soon as I step away, we missed some corals.
Bamboo coral.
Bamboo coral, wow. anybody get a genus on it, or?
We sat on it for a while. They should. I don't know if the shoreside video replay function is working or not, but it's a possibility.
So right now we have a large sponge in view. A portion of that dead as well on the tip or on the outside surface.
Is that good for you, Ed, or do we need to stay here?
Let me get just a little wider, make sure I have the entire organism. Yeah, I'm going to say it's anthropogenic in the bottom left.
Yeah, because I'm making a big cloud of dust while I'm perched here.
No, I think another 5 seconds of this and we'll have
drifting
enough.
out of frame, though, so I don't think you're going to get hit by it.
All right.
And I heard Bridge say
I see it.
So can we get a view
5 more
of
meters,
that
so we're good.
pilot before we move? Can we get a view of that trash, or have we already done that?
We will get a view of the trash. We're using the sponge as our white reference, and video is tuning.
Roger, just catching up. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Thank you. So we observed a bamboo coral just a little bit ago, and the depth on that was around 4,000 meters. We haven't moved much. So that's pretty deep. I'll have to check the records to see what the depth record is.
Okay. Jared in the chair. Hey, Vid.
Jared's back.
Okay. Can we zoom to the trash?
We are go for trash.
All right, tilting. Keep coming. Looks like a juice box.
A juice box?
Well, I don't know.
Some type of, is it plastic?
100% juice. Mike, are you checking your email?
Yeah, Uri, I've got email on. I'm actually losing the event log, so that's the one I can't work very well with. But email is great.
Okay, I'm going to send you a document that from a drill hole
we can come wide
on land
now,
that
whatever
is
it is.
the stratigraphy of the carbonate platforms. You get a little bit of a sense of
Dave,
what
my,
trash we are looking at.
My white's acting up. I want to see if I can flick it on and do a quick adjust sans the
Do you need
sans the wrist protector. I want to try it without it. I have a feeling that we balanced too close.
Probably did. Now we just did a setup on the sponge. It's
All
a
right.
white reference. Did Ed?
Ed did not.
Okay, I would leave it.
Okay.
Because he just spent some time with the sponge.
Dialing it in manually?
Yes.
Okay.
Pilot, push. We need to rotate back to, or turn back to 270.
Roger that. Pushing ahead.
Turn with you.
Okay, we're continuing on.
And here's the next face. I'm going to rise up. I've sent some dust over this way.
Okay, we're moving on upslope. Today is the 10th of April. Our first dive of the Oceano Profundo expedition. We're investigating precarbonate platform and carbonate platform stratigraphy.
Your microphone is muted, Jim.
Evidence of failures and influence of canyon processes as well. Along the dive track so far, we have observed several different species of hexactinella glass sponges, as well as the Bersingid sea star and a few ophiuroid brittle stars. One coral species so far, pretty deep depth at around 4,000 meters. That was a bamboo coral. And we are continuing upslope.
Nav pilot, your microphone is muted. I didn't hear your last. It's a little red button on the right.
Are you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to my navigator.
Oh, okay.
Did that fix it?
That fixed it.
Got it.
That's the sneeze button.
Yeah, I was just noting that our move is
is done on at the ship end.
Roger that.
Can we get a zoom in on that?
Yes.
Colored rock? And
yes.
the various organisms growing around it. So we're picking up a little bit more attached fauna here.
Let me just get stabilized here. A little bit of zoom, please, video. Let's work with that for a minute. Walk
so
it
again,
around.
that's the more recently exposed surface of the rock, which is the lighter color that you see, and then the darker rock has some type of coating. No recent failures on the rock face.
This is a bit of an overhang as well.
Yeah. Is that a crinoid right there?
A stalked crinoid, perhaps?
Yeah.
It looked like.
Yep.
I'll catch it on the way back.
Great, thanks.
Just doing a little walk around here. So, I haven't found the top of this, but we certainly could stand 20 meters.
Move 270?
Yeah.
Stand
what
by
do you
on
think?
that. I'm facing 245.
Oh.
So
you've been following me.
I have.
All right, we'll belay that, Nav, until we get sorted out here. It still looks from your sonar.
There's going to be a pause soon.
Yeah, I'm still stretched out here, so I'm thinking we need to keep it.
So as Andrea said, I think the black coating is
another
probably
30.
manganese coating.
But that's
and where that's just breaking off, with that little bit of overhang, we can start to see the real rock color, the white color underneath.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
And you can kind of see that in various places on this outcrop.
30 meters, 250. How does that sound?
Sounds good to me.
Nav, co-pilot?
Go ahead, co-pilot.
I think both pilots are ready for a move 30 meters, 250 degrees. And we've been doing 2/10. That should work.
30 meters, 250, 0.2 knots.
Affirmative.
Bridge, Nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
I'd like to ask for another move, please. 30 meters, bearing 250 degrees at 0.2 knots.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay, good copy. 30 meters, bearing 250 at 0.2 knots.
Roger that. Thank you.
Thank you.
A little bit of zoom video. Just, hold that and I'll work up.
Here we have a stalked crinoid.
My muscle memory wants to figure out where the winch control is.
And then this bright.
I believe for stalked crinoids that there are actually more known fossil species than there are living species currently today. So I believe on the order of 5,000 different fossil species of stalked crinoids and around 300 living species.
Well, Andrea, the lunch relief has arrived, and we'll be briefing them in for a few minutes.
Hold on just a second. I had the pilot talking to me. Pilot, what did you?
We're getting ready to go off for our lunch relief here, I believe.
Okay. Great.
Soon.
Yeah, let's leave the view here if we can. We're discussing what this stringy material is. I actually asked about that too in the event log, if it's some type of mucus netting or...
Okay. I'll have my relief work it over for you.
Thank you.
Can we zoom in on that white animal right near the stringy material?
They're just doing a pilot change right now, so as soon as the new pilot's sit, we can do that. Who am I talking to?
I'm sorry, this is Mike from Silver Spring.
Hi, Mike.
How you doing? I saw a interesting animal right underneath that stringy material.
Okay. Do we know what the stringy material is?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Andrea, I think the stringy material might be sponge remnants.
Okay. Yep.
Potentially.
Video, can you come wide, please? Thank you, sir.
And then, Pilot, before we move, there is something else to zoom in on center screen.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to. We have the Sirius sled moving into this feature. I just want to see the top of it before I settle back down there. They called a 30-meter move, and we are 30 meters away from this vertical feature, so I'm going to come up and have a look.
Okay, thank you.
I'll come up with you here, Pilot.
Chris, I don't see this thing. I don't think we're going to get back down there unless we want to back the ship back up, Andrea.
Okay, that's fine.
We
can
already
keep
have.
going.
We already have the sled moving.
Okay.
Too close to the wall.
Pretty steep face.
I'm going to push
We're
in.
Moving up.
Okay.
You think we should stop the move, Todd?
Chris, how much more is left, do you feel?
We're probably 2/3 of the way there.
I think we're okay, Jim. I don't want to go back down there.
Sirius has only sort of just started moving, right?
No.
No?
I think it's been moving for a little while.
Okay.
But the only thing that concerns me is we haven't cleared the wall yet with Sirius.
Nav bridge.
So.
Go ahead, Bridge.
You have 5 meters left in your move.
Thank you.
So for the geologist, I'm thinking linking biology and geology. This area, there's a lot more of this.
So they said 5 meters left in the ship move.
Okay.
Coating, and so there's not many failures right from that. So it's been there for a while. So we're seeing a lot more sessile species colonizing these areas.
Do you hear the bridge when they talk?
It's pretty interesting.
So yeah, Andrea, I mean that would be the logical deduction that the blacker it is, the longer it's been there without slope failure. Presumably here we might be seeing the bottom of a little chute that came down the crack between those two black faces. But again, an old chute because it's covered in sediment.
Would you get the hydraulics running? I'm going to get the arm out of view. See the jaw there? Someone left it crap dangling.
Did they turn it on or did it settle?
They did earlier. I'm not sure if the answer to that, but I know they did run it.
Stand by, pilot. May not be ready for a minute.
Out of speed regulation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we're at a depth of 3960 meters, moving up this steep rock
25 to
face.
30 RPMs.
Do you want to try to cycle power to the controller?
Sitting at about 220. Looking better. Bring it up a little. There's your pressure. Okay. How much do you need to just raise it up just a little, right? Do you want more than that? Halfway maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just bring it up slow. The oil's probably terribly cold and viscous.
Yeah.
Could be part of it.
Sitting at 950 RPM happily.
All right. I'll just bring it up real quick.
Todd, can we get a quick snap zoom on that sponge? I'm trying to tweak the color balance of this camera.
Did we not get a good color, a white balance?
We got a good white balance from the arm earlier. The problem is the length of the arm is not particularly far out. So we're calibrating our color at a depth that we don't often shoot at.
How's that different than what we've always done?
It's not, but for some reason it just does not seem to look right today. I'm also having communication problems with the camera as well, so I suspect that the balance might have drifted.
Okay.
About 20 meters from the wall, so coming up a little.
Roger that.
Keep you on view.
I'm going to let Jared take a look at this sponge.
Want to just hop up 5 meters and then take a look at the next one coming up?
Let me know when you're ready, pilot.
I'm all centered up. Go ahead if you're going to be quick. We'll bring it right. Okay, I do need to go.
Do what you gotta. Thank you.
Okay, waiting for you to come wide.
Full
Thank
wide.
you. Coming up, Jeff.
Roger. Delta is about 18.
You can kill hydraulics.
You're good?
Yes, I'm good.
Disabled HPO. Restarting the controller. Did the trick.
Okay, so we're good. Keep on moving.
We are slowly coming up this vertical feature, Andrea.
Great, thank you. So what's the problem with the white balance? It just is drifting a little bit? Okay, thank you, Jared. Hi, this is the Okeanos Explorer. Who's on the call?
Okay, I secured the craft controller.
Copy that.
Hi there, did somebody new just join us?
Hola, Graciela here.
Hello, Graciela, how are you?
DC bus
Good.
fault.
I'm having technical difficulties here, but I managed to get.
That should clear.
It's great. I
It's
think for
about
the first
2
time
mego.
today, we're all having a bit of technical difficulties trying to get all the kinks out for the rest of the expedition. But you've been watching the video?
Yeah, in and among
I've got a Delta
conference
18.
calls,
I'm gonna
yes.
slow down. It's
Quite
25
distracting.
meters out now. The
Good.
wall.
Awesome. I'll keep coming up easy.
Oh, actually, that
So
marker's 40. I'm
Graciela,
about 30 meters
can
from the
you
wall.
just introduce yourself for our listeners?
Okay, I need to ask you if the voice is coming through because I cannot hear it except through my phone.
Oh, you can't
We hear
hear?
you loud and clear, Graciela.
Okay. Okay, so who's online?
Hola, Graciela. This is Amanda Demopoulos.
Hola, Amanda.
Hola, Graciela. This is Uri.
Hola, Uri.
Jason Chater's here too.
Hola, Jason.
Hi.
Hi, Graciela. Mike Cheadle from the ship.
Hi, Mike.
Tim Shank is here too, but he's otherwise occupied.
Ah, muy bien. Okay, so why am I having difficulty listening to all of you through my computer? Hold on a second.
So we're currently traversing up this steep face again. Almost certainly carbonates. The black color you're seeing is the manganese coating. It's jointed. You can see the vertical joints in the picture in front of you. Very, very massive rock.
So we haven't seen any fish this dive, possibly one up ahead that we never actually confirmed whether or not.
What's the consensus with our new aft camera, guys? It's just...
It's still comes and goes. Be nice to mount it up higher and closer to the BSR, I think. Gets a little blinded in this current orientation, which is...
Andrew, do you remember what the deepest depth record for fishes
Is that
that
the
we've
top
observed
left?
in this area before? I know this is our first dive right here.
Two, and
but
then Sirius's
dives
aft
off
cams
Puerto
are
Rico.
opposite each other.
Yeah.
I'm not sure yet for this area. I know for some of the work we've done in the North Atlantic, we had records down to, I want to say, 3,800 meters. So, but
That
nothing
style.
really below that from some of the dives we
mounting.
conducted on seamounts in the North Atlantic.
Seems to work well.
We can do that.
Now seeing lots more mud and rubble as we reach the top of the slope, or at least a break in the slope.
So the ship's been holding for between 5 and 10 minutes.
I feel like we're just now reaching the top of this feature. Do we want to kick it ahead a little more, guys?
I would think so, but I'm just getting calibrated.
I think I could easily stretch out to the end of the tether right now.
Okay. So last time I did 30 meters bearing 250. Should I do that again?
Yeah, maybe 240. It's a little more aligned with the slope, but that's pretty close.
240? Okay.
Do we want to look at anything here? The star?
Yes, that would be great. I think that's another one of the Sinjits, possibly.
Video, do you want to go on the star, please?
Should I go ahead and call the move, Todd?
I'm good.
So I should go ahead and move?
Sure.
Yeah.
We're going to be waiting for it for a few minutes.
Bridge, this is Nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
I'd like to call another move 30 meters bearing 240 degrees at 0.2 knots, please.
Okay, 30 meters bearing 240 at 0.2 knots.
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Zoom as you wish, Jared.
This is the same species as before,
I'll bring it up.
I believe. Phreasteria.
Gazillions of them, but nothing that's actually a problem. I've called a couple moves in and recentered the screen once. I got the pan to work, actually.
Oh, yeah? How do you do it?
You go to, well, this little icon is a pan, and then you sort of draw a line and it follows it.
Thank you.
You create a line segment and it defines it sort of moves according to that line segment.
How do we feel about the football being closer to Sirius than it was last year? I wonder if we should slide it back toward D2 and
I would
get the
agree.
tether to drop below Sirius sooner.
Yeah, absolutely. Finding that I'm a little closer now than usual, and I'm pretty far from you. Pretty good delta.
Okay.
Told him it was okay with us. He's trying to get the ship to do it. So
see. Okay. Okay. So long dinner break. Yeah.
What's that?
Oh yeah, what is that to the right?
This type of worm. Do you want to
And a ctenophore behind it,
focus
or?
on that? Get a twofer there before it floats out of screen.
It was a swimming polychaete.
There's the ctenophore. Do you want to see the polychaete or the ctenophore?
Both. Pick one.
Well, I'm already moving in this direction,
Go to
so.
the ctenophore first. Ctenophore.
Sorry, Amanda, I was already moving. Oh, these guys are
No
great.
worries.
I love these. Okay, he's going off screen. I'm going to go back to the ctenophore.
Really beautiful video. That's great.
You can see the swimming motion really well in that swimming polychaete. Hopefully we'll still have the ctenophore in view.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to have to back out a little. Where is the ctenophore? Where'd it go? We have a few minutes before the ship starts moving again. Anyone? Ctenophore, right there. Bottom center. And I just dusted a little bit, unfortunately. Hopefully that'll clear up.
Still have it in view?
It is bottom center.
I see it, yep. And
getting inundated with a dust cloud.
Mike Ford, if you are still online and want to mention anything here about ctenophores.
Okay, Jared. If I can hold it, I think it'll clear. Maybe.
It's beautiful. Mike Ford, do we still have you on the line?
That's beautiful. What a great ctenophore. Probably a significant ctenophore. Really great. The ctenophores have long tentacles in addition to the comb rows on their bodies.
There was another one up in Sirius's camera a second ago.
Yeah, it's right there.
And have you seen this species before?
It's got, this one's
I
a
haven't
little
seen this one
different. It's
before.
got swimming tentacles out to the side.
That's 18 rows along the body there. You see them every once in a while pulsing.
Get to know it.
I'm a little bit too close for it. My pool of lights, but I'm trying to work away from it without blasting. Unless you were to take my upper swing arms and tip them down.
It's really great. We should get great pictures of this one.
Tell me what you need.
You're
So
welcome
some
to
of
do
you
that kind of
listeners
stuff
out there may be thinking
as
that
needed,
this
Jeff.
resembles a lot like jellyfish, but they're actually two different phyla. Jellyfish are in the phylum Nidaria, and ctenophores are.
Roger that.
The placement of
Okay, if you want to go
ctenophores
back
in
in
the
on it.
evolutionary tree of life has been somewhat of a debate. In recent years, there's been some new evidence, that molecular evidence, that they may be basal to animals or have diverged before sponges even. So there's a lot of research into that right now.
Starting to feel the move.
And
Roger
there's
that.
a ctenophore genome out there as well.
I don't have any real hard faults out there.
Do you?
Got you about 56. No, I don't.
Okay.
Actually, the body form on this one has certain characteristics that are similar to like a cubozoa.
Right.
Or the box jellies. Some of the extensions on the bottom of the body that
Okay.
feed the tentacles
Still at
look
58
similar to what
degrees.
you might
Just
find in
come up a little.
cubozoa.
Actually, I'm at delta
Although the
Z
teen rows are pretty
15
evident
to
there.
18.
So, yeah, you can see the light reflecting back off of those ciliated rows as we zoom in. so their little cilia or hair-like structures moving.
Okay, I'm going to let that float off screen, Jared, and keep moving. I've got to catch up.
The light that you're seeing is actually a reflection back.
All right, whenever you're ready. Yep. Andrea, we're going to move up slope.
Great, thank you. That was great imagery. Thanks, guys.
Now, this is the bridge.
Go ahead, Bridge.
Just want to touch base, let you know that move is complete.
Thank you very much.
I'll follow you as you push ahead.
The move is complete.
Roger that. How much was that, Jim?
That was 30 meters.
Okay.
Oops, sorry.
Okay, we're continuing on up. So I'm Andrea Quattrini. I'm a postdoctoral researcher with the U.S. Geological Survey. My focus is primarily on deep-sea coral communities and deep-sea fishes as well. And sitting to my left is Dr. Mike Cheadle from the University of Wyoming. He is a marine geologist who specializes in ocean ridges. And we have a suite of people helping us on shore with a suite of expertise, including Amanda Demopoulos from the USGS. She's currently at a command center in Hui with Tim Schenk, and Yuri Tenbrink, a marine geologist for the USGS, as well as Jason Chater from the USGS, and Taylor Heil from Hui. We also have Mike Ford, Mike Vecchione in the chat room with us, Mike Ford online. And we also have, who am I missing? Oh, Eric Cortez, of course, Temple University, deep sea ecologist, biologist, and Randy Singer as well, who is a fisheries biologist, ichthyologist at the museum in Alabama, I believe. And then as well as our staff from NOAA at the Interspace Center in Rhode Island as well. So we have a great team of people shoreside, and of course amazing ROV pilots in the room with us today, and videographers as well. So Mike and I are sitting in the back row. The three pilots are in the front. The videographer on the right, and Art Howard to my right. So today is the first dive of Oceano Profundo, exploring deep waters off of Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands will be continuing
Jared, do you
diving
see this?
until
White stock.
dives until the end of April.
Can we try to zoom in here, Jared, on this white? I don't know what.
Is that a coral? It looks like it. Good eye, pilot. Yeah, if we could get a zoom.
Plenty of time, pilot.
Oh, sorry about that. We have a bamboo coral here. This is an octocoral. You can see the nodes and the internodes, the different colors, the white and the dark. The polyps are fairly large on this small axis. In the polyps, you can see the 8 tentacles.
Jared, I'm going to walk it up.
One of the defining characteristics of octocorals, having 8 tentacles in their polyps. So these are the actual feeding structures. So corals in the deep sea, of course, there's no light, so they don't have the symbiotic algae that live inside them. As some of you may be very familiar with shallow water corals, particularly in the Caribbean. Most of them do have the zooxanthellae algae that live inside to help provide the organism food.
It's coming.
And do we still have Graciela on the line with us? great close-up.
That's full zoom, right? Okay.
So Tim Schenk just noted in the chat log that we've actually seen 4 of these bamboo corals. Now 4 of this morphotype, Tim, or does that include the other branching bamboo coral that we observed?
Okay, I'm good when you guys are good.
Great video, guys. Thank you. Now, somebody said black coral in the... Oh, no, they probably meant bamboo coral, not black coral. Okay, we can keep going. Is that another ctenophore in the water column? Floating by.
Do we want to call for another move yet?
I'm good with another move, Jeff. What do you think?
I think so. I don't see anything up and coming, and it feels like we've sort of settled.
Same bearing, 240.
Is there a target we're heading for?
No, no, we're just supposed to go straight up slope.
And that seems fine. There's not much of a slope.
240, maybe 255 is what it looks like right here, but
yeah, that's correct. Just up.
I'll go back to 250 then.
Just so you know, Todd, I'm being.
Sorry.
Sorry, talking to pilot.
Bridge nav.
Go ahead, Nev.
Yeah, I'd like another move, please. 30 meters, bearing 250, 0.2 knots.
Okay, 30 meters, bearing 250 at 0.2 knots.
That's affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you.
Getting really nervous getting close to you at all, like even 10 meters.
Why
With
is
the
that?
tether the way it is.
Another stocked sponge.
I turn this camera around and I can see it. Even 15 meters above you, I can see it coming up.
Okay.
Past that point.
Let's exit.
Okay, I'm going to try this again. Hola.
Hola, Graciela. How are you?
Good, and you?
Well, thank you. So you're up and running. Could you, since we have you online, maybe give just a very brief explanation of some of the things that we have seen so far, or on this dive in Spanish, please.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to ask you for a summary so that I can catch up.
Awesome, great.
So I've seen some.
So far, in terms of biology, we have seen several glass sponges, as well as just a few corals, bamboo corals. They may be the same species or a couple different, but definitely different morphotypes. So we've seen branched and unbranched bamboo corals, octocorals. And we've been diving since about 10:30 this morning and have traversed from 4,050 meters to a current depth of 3,900 meters.
See, I'm at delta 13 or 14 because I'm looking to my port with that. And it just disappears up there.
And in terms of geology, Mike, would you like to give just a
see it sort of disappear.
Brief summary on
up high?
Thank you, Andrea. Yeah, we've been traversing up this very steep slope, which consists of steep faces and then ledges. We're on top of a ledge now.
Look at that, Jared.
Various different lithologies of carbonate, but we clearly saw some shaly layers earlier on. Tiny bits of slope failure, some old, covered in sediment, and some possibly more recent.
And now we have a branched octocoral bamboo coral in view. Again, really large polyps on this species.
Take my camera, Jeff.
Yes.
Tip up just a little bit.
I have it.
Okay, so now I'm going to give it a try in Spanish.
Thank you so much.
Sí, buenos días a todos los que nos están oyendo.
Okay. You can go ahead and continue.
Es Graciela García Moliner y estoy conversando con los científicos que están a bordo del Okeanos Explorer.
Got your camera back. Good.
Hoy están buceando en el área al norte de Arecibo y empezó la buceada a las 10:30 de la mañana. A una profundidad de 4.030 metros. Lo que están viendo en la pantalla ahora está a una profundidad de 3.900 metros aproximadamente.
Maybe a little more, 3/4.
With nothing else on sonar, we should probably just keep a steady pace.
I could just move their set point, right? Just.
La geología es una de lajas y taludes.
Go ahead, Bridge.
You have 5 meters left in
una
this move.
morfología de carbonato.
Todd, should I tell him to do another?
Yep.
Bridge nav, we'd like to keep moving. Can you just move the set point another 30 meters?
Good copy, 30 meters, bearing 250 at point 2.
That sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Nav.
En términos de la biología, lo que han visto hasta el momento han sido esponjas de cristal y corales bambú, que mayormente han visto octocorales, que son corales suavecitos. También se vieron una serie de pepinos de mar y
Stand by one, let me get a little closer.
It's a UFO.
Okay, Jared, you want to start going in?
Y creo que en un momento dado vieron una agua viva, porque no he podido estar toda la mañana pendiente a esto por otras cosas de mi trabajo.
So we have another ctenophore in view here.
Ah, pero no, me están corrigiendo, es un ctenóforo.
See long tentacles trailing off, but the cilia moving. Wow, that's a great image. Look at that. Oh, it's amazing. As Mike Ford mentioned, it resembles a box jellyfish or a cubazone jellyfish, but this is a ctenophore, and you can see the cilia as a characteristic of this group. And this is likely the same species as we imaged just a little while ago. The depth right now is 3,912 meters. And the temperature, I haven't given that in a while, is 2.3 degrees C. And the dissolved oxygen, milligrams per liter, 7.5. This is new for us, for our eyes at least. I don't think anybody back on shore has observed this species, directly observed this underwater before.
Okay, Andrea, can you hear me clearly, or am I breaking up?
You are coming in loud and clear. It sounds great.
Okay, so I'm going to just say what you just said in Spanish.
Thank you.
Okay, los científicos que están viendo esto creen que es posible que sea una nueva especie porque nunca la habían visto. No es un agua viva, es un tenóforo.
Hey, Andrea, it's Mike Ford from Silver Spring. Can we turn on the lasers?
Turn on the lasers? Okay. Pilot, can we turn on the lasers?
Lasers coming on. I'll try to center them. I'm not sure. Yeah, I can't get both lasers on the...
Y una de las características de esto es que se veían los pelitos que se ven cerca del cuerpo, que se llama cilia. Y ahora van a medir el tenóforo.
Can you get one of them?
And these lasers are 10 centimeters apart, and really they help us to measure organisms underwater.
Try to get one on a tentacle and one on his body.
Yeah, good luck. No. There. It's really hard
to be able to clip together some images, maybe.
Los puntos rojos que ven en la pantalla están separados por 10 centímetros para poder medir los organismos que se encuentran durante la buceada.
Nav bridge.
I think it's very small. Nick's calling you, Jim.
Oh, thank you. Bridge nav.
You got 5 meters left, Nav.
So it looks like its body length is about 6 to 7 centimeters.
Should I keep them going, Todd?
Yeah, the only thing out there is this return on Sirius sonar.
So do another 30 meters anyway.
I think that'll bring us closer, and then we'll look.
Yeah. Bridge nav, could we add another 30 meters, please?
Okay with that?
Would anybody like
Good
more
copy.
video of this
30
before?
meters, bearing 250 at point 2.
Time for me to
Roger that. Thank
go
you.
in, Jared, if you could come wide. Say goodbye to our little fellow here.
Yeah, I think we're doing all right. I was just looking to see how far it already moved before I said okay.
And we're at a depth of 3,912 meters. And local time is 1:01 p.m. UTC. We have 17:01. And we're back on the move. Headed up slope.
Okay, el tenóforo que vieron en la pantalla tiene nada más que entre 6 y 7 centímetros, o sea que es relativamente pequeño. Pero ella también nos dice que la temperatura es de 2.3 grados centígrados.
See something interesting?
Should we kill the lasers?
Lasers off. We haven't seen any fish on this watch.
No.
I like the minute cam views. As you drive along and nestle into something to steady yourself,
oh, yeah.
just stick your toe in the sand.
That's great.
I really like that. They're nice cameras.
They do the job real well.
And just to remind folks, we are north of Puerto Rico, the coast of Puerto Rico. We're about 80 miles northwest of San Juan. And one of the major goals of this dive was to survey the geology in the area.
Are all our lights on D2?
No, I think the poles are off.
Why?
And Andrea, what we found
those are the
was a
back
carbonate
ones.
scarp.
Don't we want them?
with massive carbonates and interbedded finer shaly rocks in places. In places we found examples of slope failure.
That's better, isn't it?
Perhaps some small ones that were very, very recent.
I don't know
but a lot of slope failure is quite old.
Maybe it's
all
too much
covered
light.
by sediment coming down the canyon above
I can see why the little LEDs would. A little feature out here at the end of my tether, it looks like. The sediment there, Jared? Okay.
Oh, yes, please.
You have plenty of time.
Got more trash. Looks like it.
I'm not happy about all this trash.
Yeah.
No estoy muy contenta con toda la basura que estamos viendo.
So far, we've seen denim, Coke can, beer can, juice box, and then another
Go ahead, Bridge.
can.
You got 5 meters left in your move.
Thank you. I think we'll let this one settle out.
Okay, sounds good.
Continually moving. We're at a depth of 3,910 meters. Temperature 2.3 degrees.
Do you want to let this settle out, Todd? We could keep moving. Looks like we...
Maybe just see where we end up. We've had the ship move 90 meters without waiting for it.
Yeah, okay.
What is that to the left? Pilot, can you pan left?
Upper left, middle left, lower left?
Just
Where
left.
are you looking? Just left. Moving left.
Okay, I was looking at that sponge, so it's fine. We've imaged it before. I thought it was something different.
Okay.
Ooh, there's a squat lobster. Yep. We can zoom on that. Our first squat lobster of the day, I believe.
I'll get you a little closer, Jared, before we zoom. Okay.
Okay, we're zooming in on a squat lobster. Immunodopsis species.
Hey, Jim, do you listen?
Take the camera, Jeff. Yep. I'm trying to settle out here. I'm bumping against the wall with my toes.
Jim, the pilot, do you listen?
I'll try to keep it there.
That was my bump up.
Okay. I'll try to hold that.
Could you repeat? Who's this?
I'm going to bump it now.
Yeah, I'm asking whether Jim Newman is listening.
Oh, I don't think he is.
Jim, are you listening to the shoreside talk?
No.
Jim's not listening.
He's going to listen now.
OKEX, Jim.
Okay. You listen now,
I
Jim?
think it's on your bottom right of your...
No, I'm listening. Was that Uri?
Video, if there's a part you want centered, let me know. I can push up and down a little.
Correct, Jim. Just want to remind you that it's taxi in 5 minutes.
I'll be there.
switching back to settle my camera, Todd.
Great. Yes,
Okay,
waiting,
is
waiting.
it time for me to go, Jeff?
No, you have time if you want it. We can go if we want to go.
See all the
It's up to you.
spines on
your
this
friend,
squat
Lori?
lobster?
Yeah.
All the structure, the rostrum sticking out between the two eyes, the antenna coming off.
I'm pretty comfortable here.
Beautiful imagery.
I'll take your camera back.
So this
if
is
you
a
want it.
Munidopsis species.
Okay,
How big is he?
off the stick.
Oh
Let
yeah,
it float.
the lasers maybe.
Lasers, quick.
Yeah, the
Before I scoot out of here.
Lasers on.
Less than 10 centimeters.
Okay, moving
Great,
along.
thanks guys.
Kill lasers.
Lasers off.
Okay, I'm going to try again. I have a echo in my line, but I will go on Spanish a little bit now.
Okay.
Eso que acaban de ver es lo que se llama una pequeña langosta. La fotografía que vieron fue extraordinaria. Esta es una de los grupos más comunes en las aguas más profundas. Y ahorita hicimos un comentario sobre la basura que estábamos encontrando en esta buceada.
Okay, you're muted,
El
but I heard
barco
you,
se está
Andrea.
moviendo, está ahora
Go ahead,
mismo
Jared.
al norte de Arecibo, así que los pescadores que estén por esa área nos pueden ver. Bueno, pueden ver al barco. Yo estoy en tierra en mi oficina
Yeah, the ship
hablando
doesn't have a
con el
move now.
grupo que está en el barco.
Alright, well, Todd, I'm just going to look ahead real quick.
Okay.
I got
Andrea,
that
you're muted.
wall still inching closer here.
Thank you.
Is that what you want to see, or do you want a real tight zoom on one of these stalks?
Nope, that's good. And then the coral in the background.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Is there a way to get more light on those so that they're just in too close?
Jeff can take the upper swing arms and point them downwards more if we want.
Yeah.
Let's fill the
jump
lighting
up.
in.
Let's jump up and acquire this coming up if you can reach it.
Do you think how much more is Sirius going to swing with that 90-meter move?
We settled out. I fear we're starting to feel the other 30-meter move, so I've got about 20
Let's
of
do
that.
a snap zoom on this coral then, and we'll get up to that feature. Oh.
It's inching closer. 18 meters.
I think Sirius is settling.
Okay, Andrea, our co-pilot's worried about the wall coming up,
Okay.
so
That's
is this
good. I
a
see nodes. It's a bamboo coral. I think it's the same branched coral that we've seen before, large polyps. Yep, we can continue on. So this is an octocoral, bamboo coral again.
okay? I'm going to move up the slope.
Starting to get the base of it in my view, I think.
I'm pushing.
Yep.
Quite a bit of sediment draping here over these
Thanks,
over this rock.
I'm coming up and the wall's staying the same.
Is that a holothurian sea cucumber?
We're going to have to scoot the first 20 meters up this wall.
It might be slightly overhung.
Yeah, keep coming up.
Just so you know, pilot. Actually, I'm feeling that it's a little overhung.
I'm coming up quick.
It's falling away now. Hold on, pilot. Catching up to me too quick. Let me get over my zip tie.
Yeah.
As we move up the face of this rock, here you can see that there are several sponges colonizing the face. And then
there we go.
There's some sediment as well.
It's still steep.
At least 1, 2, 3 different species of sponges, glass sponges.
Tell me when you're slowing down.
Oh, is that a fish? Yes, fish center. Can we zoom fish in the middle?
Jeff, are we starting to walk away from the wall, or are we?
Yeah, we're starting to walk away.
Okay, let's at least get a snap on this. All of the ichthyologists watching.
We have our first, second fish of the day.
Still swinging in a little slowly.
That's beautiful. Some type of ophidiiform? You can see its long dorsal and anal fins, and then pelvic rays underneath the opercular region are filamentous.
Jeff, do we need to keep? You're within 20 meters. I'm going to keep moving up the slope here, everyone. It is quite a nice vertical wall. And Sirius is still fairly close to it, so we're going to keep coming up. Brian? $18.30, roger that.
I have not seen that fish species before. I'm gonna, after today's dive,
Jeff.
a couple of things that are new to me, I'm going to send images to some experts and see if we can get at least family or genus names on some of these taxa.
That'll be nice.
Let me know if that makes a difference.
Thank you very much.
For better or for worse.
What you do?
I moved them the top, the upper down a little.
Okay.
For you. If you like it, great. If you don't,
yeah, feel free to
fiddle,
play with it.
You've got a little better eye for that. You've got a little better eye for it, so. We are going to see more of shadowing like that, but.
So Brian said we're being relieved at 3:30, 15:30, and we come back in after we eat.
We're at a depth of 3,875 meters.
5:30 p.m.
Slope.
I think that's what.
I think that's right. We come back in and relieve them so they can have supper at 5:30.
Okay.
But we'll be recovering by then. Be pulling up by then.
Still coming. Quite a vertical feature, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Absolutely. Can't tell if it's overhung. Do you have one looking uphill for you, or?
No, you could take the
the mini Zeus, or the mini Zeus looking up.
It's the Zeus, but I don't really want you to take the Zeus and look up right now.
I was talking about the mini Zeus.
I think you can do that, right?
Yeah, I can take it and look up with that if you want.
Sure.
Definitely getting close. I think it's a little overhung here, just so you know. You can
okay.
Maybe back off as we go.
I can do that. I'm going to come up pretty fast here.
Either that or we're still swinging. Which is not likely. meters now.
Wow.
It's definitely overhung.
This is
I eased
pretty
off a little.
amazing. Yeah,
Let's try to bring my camera up and look. Holy cow, look at that.
Okay, I'd kind of like
Wow.
you to look at me if you can.
Yeah, okay.
So this rock face is covered with colonizing
down.
sponges, sessile sponges,
Do you want me to-
colonizing the face of this rock.
Ready to go east?
A couple different species.
Can't.
Something in the
camera's not
mid-water
responding.
there. Is that a shrimp passing by?
Camera's not responding, pilot, sorry.
We are racing up this wall at the moment, Andrea, because it appears to be overhung and vertical, if not overhung. We're nowhere near the top of it. And
Yeah, we might want to
bump back 10.
bump back 10 for sure, yeah.
Go east 10
Is
meters?
it, above us?
I think, yeah, it's, well, hold on. It's starting to relieve on sonar.
So, yes, go east or no?
Stand by.
I don't think that would be a bad
I
idea.
think I do. Can folks hear me back on shore?
Getting good footage.
Bridge
there.
lab.
Hey, keep coming up quick. I'm 10
Amanda,
meters below
Hui.
you.
Go ahead, Nev.
Yeah, could we go, I'd
Okay,
like to go back to
great,
the
thanks,
east.
guys.
I'd like to go 10 meters bearing 090, please, at half a knot.
Sorry, Andrea.
Or less.
Testing
Give it a bump.
the audio.
You want
I
to do
thought I
10
was
meters
lost,
bearing
is all.
090 at 0.5?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
You've been found.
I've been found.
Do we usually do 0.5? The most I've usually done is 0.3.
That's affirmative. We have a bad situation.
I
here.
just received a text that you actually had a fish on the screen.
We did, yes. It was a Cuskiel and Ophidioform. Not sure on the genus, though. It was new for me.
How
Did
about
somebody recognize it?
2 meters above you, 20 meters above you.
Still coming up.
Okay, I've totally lost. The wall is out there now.
No, we just have quite a number of people, especially kids,
So I've
watching.
asked them to go east 10 meters at
They're
half a knot.
texting me to find out,
Copy
but I
that.
didn't see it.
They may pull us up a bit
Yeah,
faster, too.
it's definitely different. We're going to have to send
You may have just
try
found the
sending
top
an
of this
image
feature,
later
though.
to a couple of
Okay.
experts
I've
that
slowed
work
down.
on
Shall I
Cuskiels,
stop pulling up?
and maybe
Should I
they'll
stop 'em?
recognize the genus.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, kill that. Maybe we can just look at what we can
Bridge
see
nav.
up top here.
Go ahead, Nev.
We can belay that move. Go ahead and
Okay.
go all stop right where we are.
Okay, copy that.
Thank you, Jim. That was exciting.
Yeah.
Can you zoom into one of the rocks where you have the streaks there? Oh, we just passed it. All right.
That was crazy. My camera wasn't responding.
That was odd.
Not a good moment for it to stop responding either.
Yeah, it was on, but
Pilots, could you zoom in on the rock face here?
Yes, we can. Stand by. Let me get a little tighter.
See, it was down here. I just realized it, and then I
Okay,
don't
Jared,
know how to
if
get
you
it
want
back.
to go in.
What's the matter?
It just doesn't seem like the right color.
Oh, I agree.
There's a new head. New camera head.
Fix it in post. I don't understand what he's been saying, that he doesn't have comms. Does
I don't know. He's lens control, maybe just not a
lens
control of
lens
the
and camera
shading.
control are two different lines.
He's able to shade it though. With Iris. Is Iris lens?
Iris is in the lens.
Is that what you want, Andrea? Just
Yeah, I
scanning
think so.
along the
sorry,
rock
we
face?
have a couple of different things going on back here right now. Yuri, you asked for Zoom. Was that good?
Little polychaete there. I want to track him. Jared with me. It's a little baby.
Another swimming polychaete. Pteropod shells. So if any of you are on the phone OKX line, I've heard a little bit of echo. If you could just mute your mics if you're not speaking, that would be helpful.
Okay, Jared. Mike asked for a full wide.
Hey, Andrea, this is Chris Kelly. That may be me. I'm muting now.
Oh, hi, Chris. How are you?
I'm good. I'm having a little trouble doing the chat room, which is why I went on the phone. But has anyone identified the petal-like sponge? You can see some dead ones right now on screen.
No. Do you have an idea? They're very abundant here, but we don't have a sponge expert with us.
So I can take a stab at them. They look like, to me, Atlanticella, genus Atlanticella in family Euplectellidae.
Eucytellidae?
Euplectellidae, okay. And I think the genus is Atlanticella.
Atlanticella. Great, thank you so much. And you're joining us from...
I took a screen grab, and I'm going to send that to somebody just for a confirmation.
That would be perfect, thank you. And you're joining us from the University of Hawaii.
That's right. So obviously I'm used to the animals out here, so it's a bit of a stretch, but given that particular sponge was given its name, it's presumably described from the Atlantic.
Do we want to look at this coral?
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, if we can...
Sure. And you also had a
Ready when you are, Jared.
There that I saw right off. I was logging in from home earlier on, and I think the stock vase is some type of sponge in the Rosellidae family.
Rosellidae, okay. That's great, thank you.
What's that one red polyp?
I think it's an associate, maybe. Yeah, polychaete on there or something.
Yeah, is that a polychaete on this octocoral? So we're looking at a bamboo coral. And we're at a depth of 3,800 meters.
That was a big wall. We came up a lot on that one.
Yeah. How long do you think it was?
And we just
5
had
minutes?
a zoom on a red polychaete on associate on this
Time slows down.
Time slows down. I've still got a little left ahead of me.
Okay, that's good.
You're,
Thanks, pilot.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Okay, and we're going to keep continuing upslope. We're good on zooms here. Okay.
Erie, are you quite happy with those things being sediment streaks?
Yes, Mike, I think, yeah, here it is. There was one place earlier on that I was thinking that maybe it was not, but we moved too fast to look at it. But what is amazing, actually, I've been looking here, this massive cliff is now 100-meter high, and we're still going up that one.
Pilot, zoom on that white debris pile, it looks like, underneath the sponge, yeah, center.
Okay, Jared.
Did I just do it again?
Right. Down is the control.
Want to take the camera control, Jeff?
Yep, got it.
You just bump it down just a touch.
Touch down. More? Good.
So we're zoomed in on a pile of shell debris. Look like pteropods to me, but I'm not sure that was the only thing in there. Can we go back in, just another zoom, quick zoom?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Jared.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to pull out.
Aye, aye.
Another octocoral bamboo coral. Another stalked sponge. Chris, is this stalked sponge in the family you mentioned, the Arecibo?
I don't know about that one. I've not seen that before. The one I was talking about has a very clear, smooth vase shape with maybe a lip at the top.
Okay. I think there's another squat lobster Immunodopsis behind the sponge, possibly. No. What is that? Can we get a zoom behind sponge?
Oh yeah, we're having a video seat swap out.
Oh,
we
yes.
will ask them momentarily.
I
Hi,
see.
Brennan. Would you mind giving us a zoom in just a moment as I center up this whatever's at the base of that dead sponge? Center screen. Center upper screen. D2 HD1.
Right, okay.
I'm ready when you are.
Okay, we're getting a zoom. Yeah, squat lobster behind this sponge. It appears to be a dead sponge. Looks like the same Unidopsis species that we observed
Bouncing
earlier.
around a little. That's probably it for now. Could try to go tighter. Go ahead.
We're at a depth of 3,790 meters. Local time here is 1:33 p.m. or 13:33. UTC is 17:33. Getting a close-up of Munidopsis squat lobster. That's good for me, guys. Thanks.
Okay,
Should
Brandon.
we get a move on?
Pilot's happy with the move. Jared, you can come out when you're ready. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy with the move.
30 meters.
I don't see anything.
270. What's our sense of the
38
strike of the line of the slope now?
We're actually pretty close to the top, or maybe even at the top right now. So it might become sort of flat.
I think like we were 250. I think is still about right.
250. Okay. And how far should I go? Start with 30 meters and.
Yeah, 30 meters is a tether length, so that's fine. I can see him stretching out a tether length without any trouble.
Bridge nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
Yeah, we'd like to get another move back to our normal thing. 30 meters, bearing 250, 0.2 knots.
Okay, 30 meters, bearing 250 at 0.2 knots.
That's right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're continuing our move upslope.
Workshop pilot, anyone there?
Yeah, I guess try lab.
Okay, we're continually moving. We're at a depth of.
Oh wait, maybe we don't have
3,788
video.
meters.
Can you get someone's attention to dry lab for our help, please? Just get someone in here.
We've reached the top of this cliff.
Ask for an ROV pilot if someone's standing around. Another Tina 4. You want to have another look?
Yeah, please. You can snap zoom on it.
Okay, Jared, let me get stable. Okay, go ahead in. Awesome.
Here comes Josh.
Yeah, it looks like the same species of Tina 4 that we have observed 3 times now.
Did you want relief for a minute, Todd?
Yeah, I do, yeah. I love the luminescence. What do you call that? Is it
Todd needs relief for a minute.
We're good on that, pilot.
Okay. Come wide.
I'm just having a quick pilot change. Do we still have the Tina 4 in view?
Possibly. Yep. I can bring it in.
Can we just zoom in on it again with the lasers, please?
Sure. Can I get lasers, co-pilot? I'm not sure.
It's gonna be too small.
Yeah.
I don't think we can. There's nothing for nearby for them to sit on, and it's too small to get them. But
turn it on, you can see.
Yeah. If it was near the bottom.
Sure, I see. It's too far up in the water column.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we can continue on then. Thank you.
Copy. Do I have much tether here?
You've got lots of tether.
Okay.
Actually, the more you pull, the less it's in my face, so I wouldn't mind it at all.
Nav, bridge.
Go ahead, bridge.
Got 5 meters left.
Thank you.
Sure.
Should we put in another move?
Yeah.
Bridge, nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
Yeah, let's add 30 meters to that, please.
Shiny thing bottom left.
30 meters, bearing
Shiny thing
250 at point 2.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
I see it.
Push down with you as you go, pilot.
Copy.
Came up for that before.
That video, you can come in partial, please. Pretty far out. That looks
like a can?
Trash.
Man-made.
Please no.
You can come in tight, video. Yeah.
Or is that a glass bottle? What is it?
It's pretty small. It looks like the top of a bottle, like the top of a wine bottle. Here's lasers.
Cap of a
Yeah,
wine bottle
yeah.
or something, yeah.
Yeah.
There's glass, the green glass
Yeah.
underneath.
When you come out, you'll be able to see how small it is.
You have lasers on? Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Full wide video. Thank you.
Lasers off. Alright, Josh, pushing out there, so find something interesting.
Let me know if you want to zoom in on anything science. I'm not sure if I'm passing by new things or stuff you've zoomed in on.
Roger, pilot. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Interesting return to your right forward.
Come in partial video real quick.
The Munidopsis and...
Come in tight.
Yep.
Squat lobster.
Several dead sponges on the left. Amanda, do you see an Echiurian?
So we passed over an Echiurian trace. It was
So if I'm thinking when he comes back with 5 meters left, I'll give him another 30.
Radial marks on the sediment
Yeah.
floor. That might be an indication of an Echiurian. The animal lives in the sediment, and it leaves this characteristic trace on the sediment surface. So
with its long
keep your eyes out.
proboscis, is that correct?
Exactly, that's correct. You might actually get a chance to see it, the proboscis. Sometimes they have sort of a fork shape or a E-shape end to them. but often we just see the trace, and it's retracted below into the sediment.
What's our heading? 250?
250, yep.
Copy.
We're at a depth of 3,785 meters. The first dive, part of the Puerto Rico U.S. Virgin Islands expedition. Today is the 10th of April, and UTC time 1744. So we're continually moving upslope, just observing a small outcrop here with a manganese coating, covered in sediment, pretty thick sediment drape in the area. Is that another stocked sponge or stocked crinoid?
Nav bridge.
Straight ahead.
Go ahead, Bridge.
Got about less than 5 meters left in this move.
Okay, Bridge, let's add another 30 meters, please.
You got
Coming in video?
30 meters, 250 at 0.2 knots.
Thank you.
Hold there.
Might be hard to settle on it.
Yeah.
At the end of your tether.
Yeah, stocked crinoid.
You can come in tighter video. I'll try to hold it.
Heading out a little for you to try to help you settle. I brought my heading left a little bit for you. Can't see me, but you have a little more tether.
So I'm drifting right.
Yeah, quite a bit.
If you have any more zoom, we can try to get the head of this.
Is that something else on the arms, or is it just the way the light's hitting it that it looks whiter?
It might be the light. I'll pirouette around it and see what we can find.
Possible to turn the lights toward it on the swing arms.
It
feels
is
like
possible.
Feels like most of our lights out beyond it.
Can you?
I turned our lights down towards.
Can you get me in view?
Yeah,
Jeff?
of course. I might yank on your tether just so you know.
Yeah. So I need to come to my port.
To your port. Yep.
All right. Come on out, video. Okay.
Yeah, you're in view.
I've scooted off to the side.
Actually, I've gotten closer to you and we gained
Okay.
some, so still come my way, but you can also come around. I'll show you. Here's 250s.
Are the top lights pointed forward?
They're down.
They're down.
Yeah, I brought the starboard one up a little more because it was starting to get. Actually, it still is. You can see it's got some effects in the dome there. So I've been trying to play with it to get rid of those.
Sure.
Video watch lead.
Yeah, there's a lot of flares in the camera here. If you want to try to play with the lights a little, Jeff.
I'm playing with it, trying to see if I can make it better. I can't seem to. See if that. There we go. That did it. Port side needed to go up. Still a little.
He's playing with the upper swing arms?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's better. Yeah.
I had brought them down to try to get a little better video.
It's a really nice
better
video imagery of the D2, the ROV, in feed 2. If any of you are on feed 1 and want to take a look at the ROV in action, you can see that on feed 2. And that view is taken with the Sirius
Come in partial
platform,
video.
which is above, looking
All right,
down
hold that.
onto the ROV.
Nav bridge.
Go ahead, Bridge.
Got about 5 meters left.
Thank you. Jeff, should I keep going another?
We can keep moving too whenever.
Yeah.
Ready.
Bridge, nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
Let's add 30 meters again, please.
Okay, 30 meters bearing 250 at 0.2.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can come in tighter on this video.
You okay for a couple minutes, Josh? If I get Todd to mind this while I
Sure.
take a quickie. Oh.
Come on out, video. That's good.
So, Andrea, I can take a stab at that. It
Navigate for a
could be
minute.
something called Sacocalix.
Could you repeat that? Sacocala?
Sacocalix, but that's a bit of a wild guess.
Sacocalix, like. Thank you. Is that an anemone on a stalk on the left?
Appears to be.
Yeah. Just zoom in on that, please.
Try to get a better angle on it.
Hey, Andrew, can we get a zoom on the anemone?
All right, video, come on in.
Skeleton?
Yep, going in right now.
Hold that. All right, you can come in tighter.
Is that, to me, it was a resemblance of a fly trap, but I don't think it is. Is that a Hermanth? But it is in the same family, Hermanthidae, maybe? Do you know, Tim? Or anybody else?
Would it be
Few
helpful
different
if I
individuals.
come around to the port a
Yeah,
bit
it
more?
might be. Thank you.
Yep.
So just trying to get another view. The oral side of these anemones. Oh, you can see a tuberm as well on the end on the top, the upper right of the stalk.
All right, video, come on in tight.
So here we have another cnidarian. And anemones are also related to corals and jellyfish. We're looking at its oral side. So it uses all these tentacles to help capture food, and then we'll take the food into the oral cavity.
All right, video.
Not sure yet what genus this is. Trying to get some confirmation back on shore if anybody has an idea.
That's the edge.
All right.
Okay, we can keep moving. Thank you.
Jeff's going to take it.
Okay. Let me back away from this wall a little bit.
Okay, a little bit of Spanish now.
Oh, sure, that'd be great, Graciela. Thank you.
So we're about, what, 3,700 meters or so?
3783.
Okay. Así que un poquito de español antes de que me tenga que ir a trabajar.
Nav, you got less than 5 meters in this move.
Should we do another?
Some interesting geology over here.
Should we give it another 30 meters?
Maybe it's a buyout mat. Yeah,
Nav, bridge nav.
Están buceando a
Go
una
ahead, Nav.
profundidad de
Yeah, let's add another 30, please.
3.783 metros.
30 meters bearing 250 at point 2.
How are we doing?
Thank you.
Co-pilot?
No problem.
That dust threw me off. I thought that was mat, not rocks.
What happened to our time?
Where are you facing? 267.
Oh, it went dark.
Es que como no sé si lo que yo hablo interrumpe lo que están haciendo los pilotos, estoy dejando que ellos se comuniquen porque están moviendo el barco y el D2 a la misma vez.
Sorry, co-pilot. Say again.
I'm coming up. There's a bit of a vertical feature up here.
Si están moviéndose, subiendo el talud, esto ha sido una serie de pequeñas áreas que han estado observando y mayormente son rocas aquí y allá, cubiertas de manganeso, mucho sedimento. Y entre las cosas de biología que han observado, han visto tenóforos, anémonas, una serie de corales y esponjas, además de algún otro camarón que ha pasado enfrente de la cámara.
Thank you, Graciela. It's great to have you with us on the EX line. Is that straight ahead? Can you zoom?
Yep.
Wow, that's beautiful. So
Keep
we do
coming
have
in,
a...
video.
See, Mike Ford, are you online? See how it's moving its bell and swimming that way by pushing water and propelling itself through the water. So we have a cnidarian here. This is a jellyfish. It's beautiful.
It's not shy.
It's not shy.
Hey, Andrew, it's Mike Ford. How are you?
Great. How are you, Mike? Thank you.
Great. That's pretty beautiful. It looked like some sort of a narcomedusa looking really quickly. Beautiful vellum, that sort of structure sort of around the bottom of the bell that's kind of flapping in and out. Really
How are we
great.
doing, co-pilot?
Beautiful video there.
Good.
And is that characteristic of that group?
Are you facing the way of the move?
The bell shape, or?
It's one of the characters, yeah.
2 degrees off.
What's the move? 250?
I thought so.
Square up 250. That's the move there.
Okay.
Within error of my magnetic reference.
Just to remind our viewers, I am Andrea Quattrini. I'm sitting here with Mike Cheeto and the ROV pilots on board the Okeanos Explorer. It's our first dive of the day, and we're being aided by numerous shoreside scientists. You just heard from Mike Ford. We also have with us Amanda Demopoulos. Bernie Ball has recently joined us. Cheryl Morrison, Chris Kelly, Jason Chater.
Deceive me with this camera.
We also have Mike Vecchione, Randy Singer, Tim Shank, and Yuri Tenbrink. And have I forgotten anybody? And all of the help at the Interspace Center and the NOAA OER folks. It's been a great dive so far.
Bridge.
There's more primates.
Go ahead, Bridge.
At less than 5 meters.
Or anemones on sponge stock.
Thank you, Nav. Bridge.
You got it. Video.
You guys want to do some more? Add another 30 meters?
Looks like a cryonite, possibly. Can't tell.
Yeah, we should add more. Bridge, Nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
Let's add another 30 meters, please.
30 meters, 250 at point 2.
Thank you.
No problem.
So another possible hermathidae anemone on the left, and then a crinoid. Is that a stalked crinoid, though, or just a crinoid on a sponge stalk?
I'll try to get around to the base here. Hold on, video. Just hold it there for a second. You're looking at the wrong
Oh,
end.
yeah.
Looks like it's
just
unstock crinoid just squatting on a bare dock.
Yeah. So we just have a crinoid here that's attached on possibly an old sponge stalk, and this is a little different from the sea lilies that we've observed earlier that actually have its own stalk that anchors into the sediment. And so the crinoid are the feather stars on the right and the anemone on the left.
Starting to catch you, but you still have time.
Okay. Are we set with
and
this
we're at a
science?
depth of 3,761 meters.
So I'll move on. Video, you want to come out? Possible brittle star.
So I'm planning to just keep adding 30 meters until the sonar looks funky or somebody tells me to stop.
Roger that.
Roger that.
We'll keep an eye. Okay, video, if you want to come in on
We
this.
have another coral to the right as well.
Co-pilot, if I take my camera.
Take your camera.
Please.
Got it.
And,
On your word.
Alright. Let's just try to get the center here. Little bump up. Back down a hair. Can get it. There we go.
You can see that, so sea stars have the ability to regenerate arms, and they often will drop an arm as a means to escape predation. So it's a defense mechanism. So you can see the very short arm coming out on the right is a newly regenerated arm.
All right, push up and out, you think? Video come
Camera
out?
back. I'm looking down a good ways at you, so you
Hold on, video, snap on this coral, and we gotta
Lo que
move
están
on.
viendo en la
Grab a
pantalla
snap
es una
on it.
estrella de mar y verán que tiene una patita más corta que las otras. Evitar que se los coman, sueltan una de las patas, pero la pueden regenerar.
Science. See the coral on the screen?
So we have another coral here.
Okay, Nav, you got 5 meters left.
Thank you, Bridge. Let's add 50 meters this time. We're probably going to just keep doing this, but I would like to check in every 50 meters or so.
Yeah, absolutely. Sounds good. So 50 meters, bearing 250.2.
Thank you.
You got it.
Go look at this stuff before I get there, Jeff.
Copy that. Yep. Now.
I'm looking straight down at you.
Yep. Copy.
Sorry, I got ahead of you.
Okay, we're continuing to move upslope. We're at a depth of 3,750 meters. Still observing a couple different species of glass sponges, as well as several bamboo corals or octocorals that we have seen along this dive transect today.
Andrea, I'm having a little bit of focus. I hear myself 2 or 3 times after I talk. That's why I've been kind of quiet.
Oh, okay, you sound nice here. It could just be I don't know if an echo from
Copilot.
somebody else's computer if it's open. Let me see if I can resolve that.
I don't see anything too threatening yet.
No, you look great. You're getting pretty far out there now. 28-degree tilt.
Okay.
14-meter delta. You're
he's
looking
off
good.
then. You can see the top of it in the serial scan there. This is an interesting feature. I'm not sure I quite. It's just out of reach.
Okay, para aquellos que nos están oyendo ahora mismo, estamos subiendo el talud. Están observando lo que hay. Hay un grupo de científicos que son los que oyen hablando y diciendo que se acerquen o se alejen y discuten qué especies son, etcétera.
I can get some light in here.
Yeah, just remind folks that are on the line, if you aren't talking, if you just keep your the phone on mute until you talk, that'll help with removing some of the echoes that we hear in various places.
Flare.
Another pile of
También
pteropod
para
shells.
aquellos que están viendo la pantalla, ustedes tienen la opción de ver al buceando. Si van a la cámara número 2, van a ver lo que se ve desde el barco hacia abajo y lo van a poder ver según se va moviendo.
Pilot, can you zoom on some of those crinoids, I believe, or
Absolutely.
sea stars? Thank you.
Stand by just a second. Just trying to figure out our lighting so I can look up like this and not get too much flare. Video, we can start zooming if you're ready. The one right on the edge there we'll go for.
Immaculate crinoids, feather stars again. We just observed one of these feather stars on a stalk of a sponge. We have seen sea lilies as well, or stalked crinoids.
Go the rest of the video.
This one is attached to a rock surface.
Trying to get the lower port side swing arm to illuminate that. Doesn't seem to be getting in there.
Yeah. That's great. Thank you, pilot.
Estos que están en la pantalla están relacionados a los equinodermos, que incluye a los erizos, son del grupo de los clinoideos.
Stand by. Just readjust here.
Starting to walk over you, but you still have time.
Okay. Thank you. All right, video, let's go on with that.
I have a question for our geologists back at home. Is there any particular depth you would absolutely like to make today if we could? We do have, I think,
push the zoom or the focus all the
almost
way
2
out.
hours left in our dive time.
Sorry, Adrian, I missed that. What's the question?
Oh, so right now we're at a depth of 3,738 meters. Is there a particular depth you would love to get to, or just continuing as we are now? We have 2 hours left in the dive time. Just about.
Yeah, just keep on heading up. You know, the goal was, we hoped we'd get all the way to the top. I mean, you know, we obviously thought that, you know, we wouldn't get all that way, so we just keep moving up slope.
Is it worth cycling power to the camera to see if that helps?
We will continue moving. What do we have underneath? Are those little larval fish? Or juvenile fish?
Push down towards it here.
Time to get moving soon. I'm starting to look straight down at you.
Okay.
Video nav, is it worth cycling power to the camera?
All right.
Wow.
If you're okay with it, watch lead, we got to run.
Okay, yeah, we have run. We have video of that. We'll review it again.
Thank you.
Wow, that was great. Yeah, Randy Singer is noting online that juvenile crustaceans often have commensal relationships
it's an issue for the pilot.
Vertebrates. We see that with sea urchins in particular, and yeah, they did resemble juvenile crustaceans potentially. I'll have to look at the video again.
Can we light it up a little? Just
it's a really great point.
Let's light them out. There we go. Let's just see. Okay. All right. Thanks. Just down.
Pilot, this is watch lead.
Go ahead, watch lead.
Yeah, I think we'll try to make some headway.
Yeah.
Unless we see something really different, zoom, but just try to
bridge.
get some transecting done.
Yeah, we haven't been.
Go ahead, bridge.
We got 5 meters left.
Full steam ahead.
Yep. Let's tack on another 50, please.
Okay, 50 meters, bearing 250 at point 2.
Andrea, I have to goodbye because I have to go to a meeting.
Okay, well, thank you. It was great to have you with us today. And we'll have...
Okay, so you'll just be...
Go ahead.
So you'll be diving for the next 2 hours?
Almost, yes.
Okay, so I'm just going to say goodbye in Spanish so that I can tell them to keep on viewing what you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Ok, yo me tengo que ir porque tengo una reunión, pero los dejo con Andrea y con Mike y con el grupo que están oyendo por internet. Ellos van a estar buceando las próximas 2 horas así. Acuérdense que esto es al norte de Arecibo, así que me imagino que los verán durante la tarde y la noche. Ellos van a seguir sencillamente buscando a ver qué es lo que hay en esta área. Esto nunca nadie lo había visto antes, y los geólogos van a estar muy pendientes porque es uno de los sitios que ellos escogieron donde había ocurrido un temblor en el año pasado. Así que van a estar buscando evidencia de eso y van a ver lo que encuentran en las próximas 2 horas. En las cámaras 1, 2 y 3 tienen lo que están viendo los científicos en el momento. En la cámara número 2, cuando se ve el ROV buceando, y en la cámara número 3 ven lo que está pasando en el de control. Así que en cuanto yo pueda, me incorporo otra vez para poder hacer comentarios en español. So guys, thank you very much.
Thank you, Graciela. Great to have you.
It's been wonderful. I wish I could stay here, but I have to go.
Understandable. It's hard to pull away sometimes, though. Well, we'll be talking to you soon. Thanks.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye. That was Graciela Garcia Moliner. She is with the Caribbean Fishery Management Council and is a pivotal shoreside scientist with us during this Oceano Profundo expedition. Another jellyfish. Oh no, it's a swimming holothurian, a swimming sea cucumber. I'm going to take a guess at Pineastes, but see if that can be confirmed.
Is that full zoom video?
Okay, it is not an Epineastes, but a swimming cucumber nonetheless.
Okay, come out.
Is there a fish?
Yeah, I just saw that. I was going to push up and see if I could catch it.
There it is.
Another fish. Yeah, can we zoom in on that cuskeel?
Yeah, of course. Just get up
it looks like possibly the same as we observed earlier. Camera shy, not turning for us. Oh.
Really giving me the cold shoulder.
Can we zoom more on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome.
Just trying to. Here we go. Go ahead, video.
Looks a little different from the last one that we observed. The last one had a fairly dark head and a dark peritoneum or stomach lining. Unless it's just the light, could be washed out.
I'm having trouble, lighting it up here.
It's got a fairly dark edge along its operculum.
very friendly. Okay, video, come in on the head here. Get it? There you
Wow. That's awesome. You can see its nostrils. That's great.
Nice.
Gosh, you
Come out
can
a little bit,
maybe even
just for a
count
second.
scale rows between the lateral line and the dorsal fin. Look at that. Wow. Unbelievable.
All right, come on out as he swims away.
That was an unbelievable zoom of a fish at
Video come out.
3,708
Okay,
meters.
I'm gonna reacquire myself.
So
here.
close you could see its nostrils.
See yourself there?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Sidle on over there.
Great job, guys. Thank you. Another holothurian.
Nav bridge, got 5 meters left.
Bridge nav, let's add 50 again, please.
You got it, 50 meters, 250 at point 2.
Thank you.
Unless science wants
No
to
problem.
stay.
No, snap zoom is good. Thank you.
Okay, there it is. All right, great. Thank you.
Is this a possible bentodites? Holothurian? I lost the vent log.
A lot of stock sponges.
More stocked sponges and the possible Atlantic Sella sponge.
See the pitchfork looking coral right behind the sponge?
A pitchfork coral?
Well, that might not be a real name, but it looks sort of like the top of a pitchfork.
No, I don't see it.
Snap
Yeah,
in video
zoom.
real
Thank
quick.
you. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, if we could zoom in on the base of that.
Yeah, of course. Go on in, video.
Definitely another bamboo coral. Growth form is a little different than the other corals we have seen, the other bamboo corals. The polyps don't look as large to me either.
Moving away slowly. Okay. Was that enough?
Yes,
science?
thank you.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
yeah. I noted that there are very few polyps on that bamboo coral as well.
Jeff, I'm looking just left of track.
Okay.
After that
Come back
fish, you're
around.
still pretty far over there.
Oh, okay. Thought you were had settled out.
We're at a depth of 3,697 meters. So we have observed several major animal phyla today. The porifera, the sponges, ctenophores, the cnidaria, or the cnidarians that include the octocorals, the anemones, and jellyfish, and echinodermata, which including the brittle stars, the feather stars, sea stars.
Have we seen this fish already?
No, zoom on the fish. Another fish.
Hold on, video, 1 second.
More fish now. Looks like a rat tail to me.
Go on in.
Yes. Likely a Nizumia. You can see the tall dorsal. Hopefully it'll turn. Can we get lasers on this fish briefly?
Lasers on. The zoom is just a little too tight for lasers. Oh, there it is. I'm just too short to see it over the monitor.
Here's our chance to get the lasers and snag it. Oh, actually, just zoom out
And
a
the
little,
water temperature here is 2.4 degrees C. Looking at a macraurid rat tail. That's great, guys. Thank you.
Okay. Unless you want to get a beauty shot video, we're good.
Looking 20 degrees left to track.
Roger that. I moved back over here for this one, didn't I?
Is that another
It's
Coke
a Coca-Cola can, yep.
Yep.
Saw plenty of those. We can move on.
Yeah. Depth 3,690 meters. So just a reminder for those listening, yes, we have observed several pieces of trash at 3,000 to 4,000 meters in the deep sea. And most of it doesn't degrade very quickly. It can actually stay in these areas for quite some time, for several tens of years.
Another
and
bottle.
some other pieces could be buried by sediment. The denim we saw earlier, for instance, had a big sediment cover on it.
These pieces of trash just keep tricking
Another
me.
piece of trash. Yeah, we're picking up a little more trash here. I guess my point is that, we do see, we can observe trash on the deep sea floor, but think about, if that piece of denim is covered with sediment over time, soon that will disappear below the sediment surface. So it could be a lot more trash out here than we can see. And even small items such as microplastics, which some folks have recently found a lot of plastics break down and they end up in deep sea sediments as microplastics. And a really cool study by a colleague, a friend of mine, Aaron Graham, worked on ingestion rates of sea cucumbers and plastics and found that they can actually digest quite a bit of plastic material.
digest it and process it in some meaningful way, or just pass it through their system?
Both. She did experimental work on shallow water sea cucumbers, not on deep sea sea cucumbers, but
okay, nav is bridge. You got 5 meters left.
Let's add another 50, please, bridge.
You got it. 50 meters, 250 at 0.2 knots.
Thank you.
No problem.
I puppied off to the right now. Or am I all right?
You're okay. You're out there a little ways.
I have a second here, watch lead, so we're going to try to get this, I think.
oh, great, thank you. Did a tiny swimming sea cucumber, perhaps?
Tiny swimming sea cucumber.
I think so,
Snap
yes.
it in video.
I still don't have a genus on this yet, so I'm hoping somebody back on shore can help me.
Change direction on me there a little.
But I am disconnected from the chat log, so for the folks back at home, the shoreside scientists participating with us on the ship, we're all in an internet chat room chatting about what we see.
Anymore,
we have experts in various different taxonomic groups and also in ecology and evolution.
There we go.
And we're chatting as we go about what we see.
We look at Copilot. Still pretty far out there.
Camera tilts at 40 degrees.
Gotcha.
That's great, guys. Thank you.
Okay, video. No. Actually, what was that? Go back in just a second. Sorry. Go partial. Right there. Stay there for a second. Take it to the rest of the way. Going. Right there.
Is that a small sponge? Looks like
I saw the yellow or the sediment in the middle. I thought that was some kind of something else other than sediment. All right. Thank you, video. Sometimes we zoom in and it's not what we expect. I had time.
Trace of a steep feature at 45 meters out.
Copy that.
Worth watching.
So I just want to go back to that conversation about sea cucumbers ingesting plastic. I'm
We still have a good amount of time.
able to look at the paper again and see that digestion really wasn't mentioned, but they ingested experimentally a lot of plastics and selectively ingested plastics over sediment grains, and suggested that some of the plastics can contain PCBs, and this can potentially accumulate in the tissues of sea cucumbers, and may be another way that PCB contamination accumulates in animals from
Let's
the
try
plastic ingestion.
Copilot, want to try a power bounce with a Zeus on D2?
Are we doing that right now?
Yeah, let's just try it.
Power off.
Oh.
Power on.
So we lost video.
That was intentional.
For a moment. Oh, okay. Trying to do a color correction on the video.
Start pushing out when you
do that. Yep.
Do I still have some folks on the line with me?
Pilot cams.
Amanda,
Manip cams actually work pretty well for
at Hui.
Can actually fly by the Manip cams pretty well.
That was on the line.
Hey, Andrea,
especially if you put another one of those wide ones.
I'm still hanging in there too. Chris Kelly from Hawaii.
Great, Chris. Thank you. We keep losing the chat room here, so I'm not sure.
Hardly hanging here. We are so hungry.
Hi, Larry.
Make sure that's not a bigger wall.
Okay.
Probably stretch out in the middle of my field of view would probably be nice to get out there.
Copy that. Pushing out.
I don't expect it to be a big guy, but
very well could be.
I'm going to pass you off to Mike Cheadle for a little bit. Oh, is that a Sea Star we're passing over? Yes, something different. If you guys see that again.
You're welcome.
Super.
Pilot, if you come across any white Sea Stars again, try to get a zoom. We just passed one.
Okay.
We were going too quickly. Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Hey, Andrea, before you take off, are you going to have the dive planning call right after leaving bottom, or do you guys have to resolve anything beforehand?
We'll try to have it right after we leave bottom. Maybe just give us a 10-minute break and we'll get on the phone.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi all, can you hear me?
Pilots hear you, Mike.
Hello, Yuri, Jason.
Okay, Nav, you got 50 meters left. I'm sorry, 5 meters left on your move.
Okay, yeah, let's add another 50, please, Bridge.
You got it, 50 meters,
Okay,
250.2.
we're coming up to another phase.
Thank you.
No problem.
Manganese-coated or iron manganese-coated rocks again. Part of the limestone sequence or the carbonate sequence. As Uri has told us in the chat room that this is a sequence of massive limestones and interbedded other rock sandstones, and so these are some of the less massive rocks. I guess the thing that struck me is that, a lot of it's sediment covered. One of the things we were hoping to see on this dive were maybe evidence of recent landslips, and we haven't seen a lot of that. Maybe at the very start of the dive we saw some recent small landslides, but certainly for a while all we've seen is sediment-covered, manganese-coated rocks.
Seems to be settling out.
Very nicely stretched out. I'm just coming up still. A little bit more.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the questions that had been asked about this area several years ago, many years ago now, was whether the amphitheaters were the result of catastrophic failure of
it's a little more interesting down here. I'll just pop
the
down
carbonate
to
platform. And,
ready to move forward again. Yep.
You know, over the years, it's been somewhat realized that these amphitheaters are probably more a result of progressive, smaller scale failures that don't generate these catastrophic events. So they're a slower process. They're we don't know if they're linked in space and time to any great degree, but what we're seeing certainly somewhat supports that hypothesis that we're not seeing the same amount of fresh space or manganese iron coated space. We're seeing some variability as we go through some of these layers. We're seeing variations in sediment color. The part we've been in for the last couple of hours now, all have the same, seems to have the same sort of thickness of iron and manganese oxide coatings, and the sediment drape is, it's variable, but it's somewhat consistent. So I think the observations that we've been able to make are actually quite important.
It's like a trumpet flute.
Go somewhat to validating that hypothesis that the edge of the carbonate platform is actually failing at a much slower rate. And for geologic hazards, that's an important sort of conclusion to reach. Is it catastrophic, or is it a really long-term process? And that's certainly one of the things we've been working on trying to understand better. In the Northeast Caribbean, is what are the rates and scales of these processes.
Thank you, Jason. I think, that's an excellent point. The kind of null result that we're not seeing any sign of dramatic failure is an important one. And as you said, it's important to feed in to all our assessments of hazards and so on and so forth.
Another thing that is interesting, we haven't gone to the top yet, but I had expected perhaps to see maybe some evidence with some seeps of maybe fresh water running between some of the layers of the carbonates that we see here, and we haven't seen any of this either so far.
Thanks, Yuri. Let's keep our fingers crossed for that. Yeah, that was another thing we were hoping we might find. We've still got a little while to go. Okay, we've come again onto another big mud field. And we're just going to go up.
Have a look. Jim, do you see the sonar on Sirius?
I'm sorry?
Sonar Sirius has a...
Yeah.
So either Jason or Mike, maybe you guys could talk more about what you mean by geological hazards, or submarine hazards.
We're back about 100 meters from the ship, so maybe I ought to...
Well, I'll start first, and then Jason can correct me. Even last year in 2014, in January, there was a magnitude 6.4 earthquake, which was pretty close beneath where we're diving now. It was at 20 kilometers. It shook the island enough, Puerto Rico, that it cracked some buildings. Nobody was hurt, but it did crack buildings.
Todd, do you think I should stop?
In 1918, there was a bigger earthquake at 7.3, 7.4, which was just to the south of Mona Canyon, and that one created a tsunami, which was about 3.5 meters high by the time it hit the west coast of Puerto Rico. And that one did
come
lead
to a
to
graceful halt
fatalities.
as quickly as possible?
I think in total about 40 people were killed by the tidal wave, and 116 people in total due to the earthquake. So, these earthquakes, maybe these biggish earthquakes, there aren't that many of them, but maybe happening on the sort of hundreds of years timescale, do have the potential to cause, tsunami that affects the Caribbean especially, and, the earthquakes themselves to cause damage on the islands. And one obvious source for the tsunami is if the earthquake shakes escarpments like the ones that we're diving on now. If that escarpment collapses, some big chunk falls off, then conceivably that can lead to a big displacement of water and the creation of a tsunami. So again, I think one of the objectives is to kind of keep an eye out for that. And we partly came to this site, because there was a very recent earthquake only a year ago, in pretty much beneath where we're diving now. Jason?
Yeah, that's pretty good. We say geologic hazards, submarine geohazards. We're really talking about the full spectrum of events that can impact or affect people and communities and infrastructure, either onshore or in the coastal regions.
Can't hear you.
So
you look like you're not
earthquakes,
muted.
Is that better?
landslides, tsunamis.
We stopped the ship, but we're back. I'm guessing we still got 20, 30, 50 meters to go.
Large storms and other events which have
but it doesn't look like a really dramatic thing, right?
either generated.
I don't see anything beyond it, and I haven't for a while, so
yeah.
At least some.
And I could drive the ship east again a bit, but
certainly involves
you stretched out until you visually see it. Jeff, copy at least once I'm within 30 meters range.
A number of the
what is that thing?
Yeah, I was trying to see. It looks like a frisbee.
Recent events
Once I realized it was trash
around
or a
Puerto
plate.
Rico and the Virgin Islands. And
taken off.
The trenches is an expression of a large subduction zone where, one tectonic plate is going under another. And those are, those are areas of concern and have, a well-documented history of generating large earthquakes, very large tsunamis. Certainly things like the 2004 Sumatra, earthquake and tsunami is some of the, the best examples. And, the Puerto Rico trench is very similar to the one off Sumatra in the way that the plates
see the white thing about to go off the bottom of your screen?
Come together and subduct and move past each other. So
it's not a white starfish. I wasn't going to stop.
So we're looking at a very small scale view.
Make sure it's not a starfish.
Through what the camera of the ROV is showing, but it all feeds into a much bigger picture of how the region works and what we can do to understand and hopefully mitigate some of these hazards.
I think looking at the rocks now, there's we can see some sediment streaks on the mud-covered rocks, and we're zooming in on what I think is another squat lobster.
Okay, I've got enough tether. I'm going to start coming up a little and just seeing if I can see over.
Okay, after that, let me know if I need to come up. For now, quick zoom on the squat lobster. Go ahead.
So the squat lobster is sitting in a joint in the manganese-coated limestone. Can we put the lasers on to see if we can see the size?
Lasers on.
Track out a little video so we can get the size. There we go.
Can we try the lasers? Thank you.
Lasers are on, yep.
So we can see it's about 10 centimeters across.
The lasers are, yep. Maybe leg to leg, 10 centimeters.
And I guess we're worrying him.
Yeah, he's hiding away. Let's try to get his face. Quick zoom.
Okay, I'm about 20 meters range to the nearest.
All right, turn and video. That's good, but we're gonna have to run.
Nice zoom. Thanks, guys.
Lasers off.
Coming up, video. Or
Co-pilot.
I'm following on from what Jason was talking about. One quick thing to add. One of the things we did overnight, we had a little time to spare, is we resurveyed something like a 30 by 40 kilometer box around this site with the idea of comparing it to the 2003 bathymetry data, just to see if we could see any changes, and i.e. a recent landslip. And obviously it would have to be reasonably big to be resolvable, but one of the things we're going to do is compare those two sets of bathymetry and just see if anything's changed in the last 12 years.
Neat. This is quite the nose. Oh, you can see where it broke off.
Okay, we're
look at that.
proceeding up slopes, a steep, angular, manganese-coated, almost certainly carbonate set of rocks. You can see in the Sirius view there's some big joints which are breaking this thing up, and almost certainly it is these joints which are controlling the sort of drainage we see on the top of the platform.
A little better. Yeah.
And we're looking at some sponges, a stalk sponge and a glass sponge, I think.
Impressive features.
Yeah, take a good look.
If I have the time.
Yeah, I think so. Okay. It looks like it's starting to level out unless there's another wall, but if there is, it's past 40-meter range.
Copy that. Is there something, Mike, that you really want to see here? Some part of the geology?
I think we're at the foot of actually a very steep face again, looking at the sonar.
Yeah, that's. I'm actually at the top of that steep face. So.
Can we zoom in, guys?
Yeah, absolutely. Which feature are you most interested in? The black or which part of the geological
Can we zoom
feature?
in?
Yeah.
He's not hearing you.
Sorry. Watch lead. Can you hear me now? Mike, can you hear me? Mike, can you hear me?
You're very faint. I can hear you.
Is that better?
That's better.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I was asking which feature you were most interested in.
Either. I mean, let's zoom into either of the two sponges.
Oh, the sponges.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought maybe the geological
Sorry.
features.
I'm starting to get over you.
Okay. We can take in on this video, although now I'm running out of time.
I think you need to come up, Jeff.
Okay.
Thank you. That's great. Yeah. If we can just zoom in on the other one.
Time to go up. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Co-pilot's getting worried.
Still drifting in pretty good.
Okay. Copy that. There will be more sponges.
So,
hopefully.
Proceeding up this very steep face.
Coming up quick, pilot.
Me too.
Good.
So, Jason, Yuri, do you want to tell us a little bit about why the platform itself is tilted?
Yuri would be the perfect person to tell you about that.
It all started a long time ago.
In a far, far away place.
Well, this is one of the things we're still trying to figure out, in fact, and it does have a lot of influence on the hazard, and as I will explain in a moment. Currently, what we think, but it's hard to prove, is that
if you bump over the
North American
tie, then
slab
go a little
of
quicker.
North Atlantic, of the North American plate that goes under the Puerto Rico Trench is torn. The shape of the tear is not quite well known. And
Can we zoom in on the fish?
Some seismograms there.
Co-pilot, we have time.
Next month to record for about a year and try and get a better handle of the geometry of that.
Okay, video.
But nevertheless,
come in on the fish.
it is that may have, the tear itself may have caused the slab to roll back a little bit, and in a way, because of that, the whole trench foundered, and that's why the trench is so deep. It is the deepest place in the whole Atlantic Ocean, and probably that also caused tilt of the carbonate platform when this all
Come on,
happens.
more. We'll get a
By
hit.
the way, it's also the place
Zoom
where
in.
it's the lowest gravity
Video.
anomaly on Earth. So you guys right now are 0.3% lighter than you would be if you were back
Try to get
on
his
shore.
head.
So enjoy it.
That's good to know, Yuri. That's great, guys. So, biologists out there, help me out on the fish.
Rat tail.
It's rat tail in the family Macuridae, but I'm not sure what genus.
And I think it has a parasite on the other side, so if you could tell it to turn, that would be great.
Okay.
Amanda wants you to
All right,
make the
I'm
fish
working
turn,
on it.
Jeff.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Amanda.
Fishy, please turn. Don't bump into me. Are we full wide video? Yeah.
Is that a bucket farm
He likes
outside? You
the
see that?
screen.
Off in the distance?
No, it's another ROV. Sorry.
Yeah, we have a bucket in the distance.
More garbage.
Is that a bucket?
From here. I don't want to waste too much time on it.
It does look like a bucket.
We're still moving, Jeff.
Thank you, Yuri.
Copy. Going up.
So again, I think we're just traversing slabs of different lithologies of the carbonate covered with the mud. And to really tell the different lithologies apart, we would need to sample. It's very difficult from the video.
Time to start a move again?
I'll get.
So, Jeff?
Oh yeah, look at our sonar. Looks that way. We've got to try to time it better so we can spend more time on these nice walls.
Bridge nav.
Basically have to be stopped.
And we've got another
Go ahead,
stalk
Nav.
sponge, I think.
Let's do another move. 30 meters bearing 250.2 knots.
Sorry, watch.
You got it. 30 meters, 250.2.
Thank you.
Yep.
Watchley, did you want to zoom on this? Or not? I thought I asked. I thought I heard you ask.
Sure, please. Thank you. I think Amanda's back in control.
Andrea.
Andrea, sorry.
Okay,
That's
video.
okay, we get that a lot.
Come on
Amanda
in.
and I, don't we, Amanda? I think it's just the names are so close. So similar. So we're getting a close-up of this stocked sponge, glass sponge.
Just trying to find the base, although probably not very interesting.
Possibly a Saccocalyx species.
Okay, video. Come on out. Let's onward upward. How are we doing, co-pilot?
You're looking good.
All right.
And we're at a depth of 3,585 meters. Did I missed a cool fish
You
here.
did. You did indeed. It was really. We had some great photography.
Yeah, I saw its nostrils right before I came in the room. So it was definitely a macrarid, a rat-tail fish, perhaps a Coryphonoides. And it had a parasite on it. Is that true, Amanda? Yep. May have had an ectoparasite. I'm reading the chat log now.
We were willing the fish to turn, but it wouldn't turn for us to show us.
I always do that. Camera shy.
So all these little black specks in the sediment, I just want to see if it's anything other than sediment real quick. Video, just snap in on one of these or all of them. If it's something interesting, I can tow in and get a better, but... Alright, video, come on out. I'm not sure that it's anything. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, bridge, 5 meters left.
Continuing over sedimented
The
bottom.
bridge, let's add 50 meters to that, please.
Okay, copy that. 50 meters, 250 at 0.2 knots.
Thank you.
No problems.
We're at a depth of 3,576 meters. Can you zoom?
On the stock?
Center? Yeah, is that?
Yeah, of course.
Just a snap zoom, it's fine.
Yeah, let me just settle in here. I had just started to take off. Settling in. Okay, video. You ready, video? From your watch change?
Yep, go ahead.
Going on the stock looking object here.
It's partial.
Okay, what does it look like? We can determine. Sorry, I just put my toe down and getting a little sediment. Hopefully it'll settle. Okay, going a little farther.
Partial.
Is that perhaps another piece of wood?
Perhaps.
Should still have a little left if you're ready.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, Copilot, can you take my camera and pull it up a hair? Just trying to get those little things. Oh,
too much.
It looks like it to me. Is that the same mollusk that we saw in the other piece of wood from a while ago? Amanda, Tim, do you have thoughts?
Yeah, we're discussing that. I mean, the yellow is kind of interesting. Was wondering if that's some sort of sulfur deposit.
Yeah, I mean, normally you see that sulfur around the sediments around the wood, right? But it does look sort of powdery and elemental. The way it looks there. We do see a couple limpets there.
Yeah.
Any more video?
No Serpula tuberums this time.
Thank you.
Yeah, oftentimes you see Serpulas. I don't see here yet. Looks a little fresher, doesn't it?
Sure. And those limpets are feeding on the bacteria on the wood, is that correct?
my guess. I think so.
Grazing away.
They are grazers.
Imagine those out. Cutting away.
Thank you, pilots. And before you move, if you could pan to the left. There may have been a fish on the sediment, but I'm not positive.
Lasers are on. Come on out. Video.
So
partial or full wide?
So that's good. In the
full wide
upper left corner, there was
oh
a
yeah,
white.
I see.
Full wide.
Yeah, let me see if
where we
I
are,
might have to resettle. Yeah.
Behind me and way off to the right.
Oh jeez. All right, I don't have a lot of time. I have to take off to get that. We'll do a quick little zoom here.
Turn back and look at you.
Go ahead, video. As I go by. Perfect. A snail.
Oh yeah, there it is. Have a gastropod.
Ooh, that's a new one.
That's a new one, yeah. And, the phylum mollusca we have seen
Snap
today, the
yeah.
limpets, and
Snap
now this
it.
gastropod.
Tilt you down, or you got it?
No, I got
You
it.
can actually see the animal out of its shell. That's pretty awesome.
Lasers back off. Got the laser side.
I've never seen this before. I don't know if anybody on shore may have seen this or know if a certain genus.
It's moving slowly.
It's full zoom.
Thank you.
It's funny, I always see, we often see hermit crabs in deep waters with gastropod shells, but I rarely see live gastropods, at least this size, on the sediment in the deep sea.
And I was just thinking back to our dives off of Norwa Seamount, which is sort of in the region. We were seeing split shell gastropods. They're very different shaped shells. But this is something I haven't seen myself.
Video. 2 more seconds, and then we're gonna have to take off.
Thank you, pilots. Good video.
Thank you, video. Perfect.
Full wide.
Back over this way. Yep. Sorry, Todd. I just realized.
So now looking at the video, it looks like a pretty shallow, muddy slope for a ways.
Yeah, for quite a ways. Am I pulling on you? Way out here? Shimmy left.
Hey, Andrew, would it be possible to zoom out on high pack at all?
Yeah, let me ask Nav. Nav, watch lead.
Go ahead, watch lead.
Can we zoom out on high pack just for a little bit?
Sure.
Stretched out.
Like that, or do you want a lot? Or
Yeah, if you could just maybe pan, I think. Just see what's up ahead of us.
So
Amanda, are you looking for anything in particular?
it does look like the topography wiggles.
I was just kind of trying to see where we were relative to where we thought we were.
Okay.
So I appreciate the zoom out. That's helpful. Thanks.
Could you just zoom out again, please, Nav?
Nav?
Yep.
great. Thank you. That's great. Okay, I think that's good.
So we're just coming up to some more of this iron manganese coated rubbly carbonate outcrop poking out of the mud with another stalked sponge.
Yeah, Bridge.
Go ahead, Bridge.
You got 5 meters left.
All right, Bridge. Stand by for further instructions. If we come to the end of it, we'll just stop.
Perfect.
Is that just the general slope, or do you have something coming off to your right, maybe?
Well, it sort of fits with the topography we're seeing, having zoomed out.
Do we want to try to change?
We certainly want to, if we're going to keep going upslope, we're going to turn more to the southwest.
Okay, well, I'll start cheating towards that direction.
But I'm going to let him stop and...
Another holothurian?
Let everything settle out before we pick a new heading. Maybe.
What's the conversation in the front row?
Oh, well, having zoomed out, I see that the hydrography is turning a bit. Just if we're going to keep going upslope, we need to turn a little bit more south.
Roger, thank you.
I think we have a little time video if you want to snap on this.
Sure. It's partial.
Thank you. Okay.
So we have a close-up view of another sea cucumber, holothurian. I believe the genus is Benthodeides.
Feeling a little bit of bob and weave, I think, from my tether. Even a tug or two. Appears to be napping. They do that. Alright, video, come on out.
It's full wide.
Thank you. How long is the ship move left? Ooh, we have a fish. It's cooking.
Oh yeah, another rat tail.
What were you asking, Jeff?
Thank you. Good. Can you zoom on the fish quickly?
Yeah, let me just get a little better angle here for you.
Ready when you are.
One more second.
The Coryphonoides.
Oh, he turned.
See if there's any ectoparasites on this one as well.
Now he's following me. Who's following who?
So fishes can have both endoparasites, so parasites
Okay,
that live
video.
inside the
before that
body. They
cloud
can be found
hits
within the gill structure, within the intestines and the stomach, but they can also have several ectoparasites, or parasites that live on the outside of the fish.
Sounds like a
And
wonderful life
internal
for a
parasites
fish.
have been better studied, I would say, compared to ectoparasites in deep sea fishes. A lot of the studies on parasite-fish relationships, particularly those parasites that live
following me
inside,
around.
are from trawling studies.
You're at full wide.
And
Thank you.
From the trawling studies where they collect many fishes from the bottom, ectoparasites are more easily removed from this type of gear. So direct observations such as this amazing video on the D2 can help us in understanding these post-parasite interactions a little better.
You can zoom in again if you're ready.
Yeah, go on in.
Wow. See the first dorsal is erect, all the spines are raised.
They're very interested in us.
The barbel underneath the chin.
Full light.
Yeah. No, don't bump.
Nostrils.
Careful of our lens.
Count scales along the lateral line. And I think I do see an ectoparasite on the fin. Did you see that, Amanda? Maybe an aphid?
It's just chilling in there.
Your eyes are better than mine, Andrea. It'll be good to take a look back at the video again.
Yeah.
Trying to.
Oh, he's up in ROV HD2 now.
Yeah, trying to let him swim away so he doesn't get sucked up where he's not supposed to.
I've got a video question for you.
Yeah.
Why are the 3 feeds that are HD feeds in a 4:3 ratio on the top there? You've got
The 2 manipulator cams.
the 2 manip cams, yeah.
Those are down converted to SD. I believe for those screens.
For the screens.
Yeah.
So if we were to put them on a big screen, would they be?
You guys ready for another move?
We can.
Do you want to?
You want to try it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can take a
Made
look
quite
at
the
it.
dusting chasing after that fish.
They want to.
See if I can get out of there.
Stand by.
So keep on at the heading you're on.
Well, here, actually.
Yeah. Let's see.
I'm gonna push out over there.
I'm sorry?
I'm gonna push out over there and see.
Okay.
What that is.
So you want to just hold off for now?
Yeah, hold off for now.
Yeah.
See if I can figure out what that is.
Okay. Well, when you're ready, I think I might be able to do that.
So we can continue up slope.
Just trying to get out of this cloud. I went the wrong way.
I should be able to do it from here, can't I? It's in my router as well.
This is quite the dust cloud I've made.
Let's flip a video.
Uh-oh, I was using that. I can't seem to find my way around this cloud. There we go.
I'm just curious if I bring up the manip cams on the big screens.
Yeah, they're HD.
Yeah, but is it a different field of view? Can I bring it up now that you've recaptured your ability
Yeah.
to see?
Yeah.
So do we see more on the left side?
Yeah, you see more.
Yeah, I can see.
I
just
could
to the left
I
of
could
the
have answered
jaws.
that. I looked at that when I was testing them. Sorry, I didn't understand the question.
That's if we had bigger monitors up on the top row, those cameras would be even more useful. Let's look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, more tracks in the sediment.
Nice.
Yeah. It's really nice.
That is going to be really nice. Put one of these up here and the main HD
So the
there.
obvious question, any idea what might have made those?
Thanks, Dan. We answer our question. The 4x3
Possibly
views
a
clipped.
holothurian?
Would you like to see it up on the big screen?
No, we just did.
Oh, okay. Great.
All right, Todd. Do you want to turn and face the feature you've got? We can try to see. I think it's a little less than a tether length away. So.
Okay.
Trying to think what else we have seen on the seafloor that's
Come out
been
and try to acquire
dominant that
here.
could make something that
Oh,
big
no, it's
besides
above this.
a sea cucumber.
I don't know if this was it or if it was another bump
The
above.
gastropod that we saw was fairly large, but those tracks look pretty thick.
Right. Makes sense. Okay, finding some more outcrop again, but the same iron manganese coated rubbly carbonate. Bedding planes, clearly apparent.
Midwater shrimp. Sergestes, perhaps?
Do you want to snap zoom that, Pilot?
Yeah, going on it. Go ahead.
Wow.
A fisherman with his lines out.
Antennae sticking out. Whoa, that's awesome.
It's getting pretty
You can
close.
see
That's
it
as
right
far as I
through.
can zoom in or focus in.
All right.
Oh, wasn't in focus.
That's full wide.
Thank you.
Tim Shank, do you have an idea on the idea of that shrimp?
Do we need to walk up this wall?
Yeah, let's. I mean, have you settled in?
He
All
stepped
right.
out for a bit, but he'll have to catch up
All right.
with you.
Well,
Okay. Anybody else online?
yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, I'll take a stab at that shrimp. It could be, I'm actually looking it up right now because Benthosinus. It's in Benthocissim, excuse me. It's in the family Benthocisimids.
Just gonna tilt up a little.
If that helps.
That's very helpful.
Sound
I'll put it
like
in
a
the chat
different
room because it's a real mouthful.
Yeah. I wasn't going to try to repeat it, actually.
No interest from science. Huh?
What's the code for shrimp? Is that just SHR?
SHI. Yep. Oh, we didn't paste the codes in to the chat room, which is something we should do.
It's a pretty good feature. Keep coming up with me.
Okay. Coming up.
So a steep, very irregular face with a kind of knobbly, we presume carbonate, with a weak mud coating where the surfaces are horizontal. And just saw another rat-tailed fish from Sirius. And again, the same sort of story. This dark coloration on the rocks with the sediment dusting, suggesting that there's not a lot of recent activity landsliding here. The sponge coral, sponge on a stalk. Another fish in Sirius.
Another fish in Sirius. Oh, there it went. More trash, perhaps, on the left.
Again, for anybody out there watching, all this black coating is a precipitation of iron and manganese that gets put down on the surface of the rock, and it makes it very difficult to see the rock itself. We can't really tell what the color of the rock is underneath that black coating. We'd guess it's a very light color, which is typical of carbonate, which has lots of calcite in it, but it's what makes it difficult to identify rocks looking at video. And so helping us is on land, boreholes have been drilled into this sequence of rocks, and so we know that stratigraphy from the rocks on land, and what we can try and do is piece together that known stratigraphy with the kind of style of outcrops that we're seeing as we move up the slope. Earlier in the day we saw some really big, massive limestones. Uri pointed out at one point we traversed a very, very steep cliff we can use that shape, that geomorphology, to try and put the rocks back into the stratigraphy. The horizontal white line you're seeing there is almost certainly a bedding plane, giving you the orientation of the rocks when they were originally deposited. These things were laid down horizontally in very shallow water and now have been just gently tilted, so they're now lying at 3,500 meters depth. Once upon a time, these rocks were very, very close to the sea surface.
It's another fish in Sirius, like another cusk eel.
Is it possible for you to zoom in? Oh, we just passed it on this layer to see if there's anything precipitating out of it.
Just below Uri?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah.
Yes, the one we just passed, just to see. It was slightly whitish. Maybe it's nothing. But.
Okay. Pilots, can you move down slope just a little bit? We just passed.
Just moved down. Where?
Yep, just in front of you.
Okay.
Okay, off to the left, he's thinking?
Nope, right in front.
Okay. Trying to. We'll zoom in partial here and see if he can't lead us better. Not sure what he's looking for.
Uri, down a little bit, correct?
No, I think that's exactly right.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Tilt up. Make sure I keep this light. Drifting left.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anything unusual.
Upper light bar.
Something could come
Really
out of
close
this
to
layer.
the wall, which is okay, but be mindful of it, okay? If you look at the Sirius HD,
Yep.
can you get a partial zoom on Sirius HD1?
Backing off the wall.
Is that good?
Sirius
For you?
HD1.
Uri?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we can continue on pilot.
Yeah,
That's partial on
backed
Sirius.
off. You're okay.
Okay, you can go back full wide, please, video.
Sure.
And you can come full wide on D2
Full
as
wide
well.
on Sirius. Full wide on D2.
Thank you.
So, Mike, you mentioned that we need samples, rock samples, to actually age and determine what types of rocks these are, right?
Yes.
So, go ahead. No, I was just going to add to that too. In terms of biology, a lot of times we need a sample as well to confirm a species identification. So you may hear us give a genus name or a family name, sometimes not even down that far, because a lot of these things we have never seen before with our eyes. So samples are useful, but what ocean exploration does, and we're not sampling during this mission, but this allows us to get really great images and allows us to generate new ideas and think of new hypotheses and hopefully come back to some of these areas that we're exploring and do some more science. We're at a depth of 3,528 meters. Local time is 3:27 p.m. UTC 1927. Today is the 10th of April, and this is our first dive of Oceano Profundo, exploring deep waters around Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands.
And yes, so far today we've traversed 500 meters up from a starting point of 4,060 meters, and we're hoping to go up a little bit further. The top of the escarpment is another 500 meters above us. We won't be able to get there today, but we're going to continue to go up as far as we can. time for a pilot change at the moment, so we're watching the crew turn over. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, watch leads. This is your new pilot. My understanding is up.
That is correct, pilot up.
All right. And Nav, the ship is not moving currently, correct? Okay.
We have several folks on shoreside that are helping us out in the chat room and on the conference call. And it looks like several new people just joined us as well. I saw Amy Bacco-Taylor and Santiago Herrera, but my chat log just went down again. So it's kind of been an issue all day, but that's okay. We're lucky that we have internet out here at all and we can talk to you back home and live on Deep Sea TV. Looks like possibly an octocoral on the right. Pilot, can we get a snap zoom on that coral upper center?
Sure. Make my way over there here.
Like the same morphotype of a bamboo coral that we observed a little while ago.
Go partial video.
We're at a depth of 3,524 meters.
Hold there.
Partial.
Temperature 2.4.
Keep coming a little.
Partial.
Roger. Keep coming.
Thank you, Amanda.
Go ahead and take control, Dave.
So we're getting a nice view of the polyps of this octocoral. Octo meaning 8. You can see the 8 tentacles on each of these polyps. You can see these little structures on each tentacle.
Copy.
Those are called pinnules. They're kind of sticking out perpendicular to the actual tentacles, and these pinnules are, used to help capture food. So these tentacles capture food, and
drifting off of it a little. Sorry.
And you might think that a lot of corals have symbiotic algae, but of course in the deep sea, this far down, there's no light, so these corals do not contain the zooxanthellae, or the algae.
Did you want to look at anything in any detail?
That's perfect. Thank you, pilot.
Okay.
Negative.
Come wide video.
Negative.
Full wide pilot.
Thank you.
And bring Sirius full wide as well.
Sirius is full wide.
Oh, yes, well, we must go. We still on the 270 advance? 250. So sidle over to the left as you come up.
Okay. Watchley, did you want to look at this stocked item here?
I don't see the stocked item.
Go in video.
Oh, it's a crinoid. Got it now.
It's partial.
Copy.
Oh, it's a crinoid. Got it now.
It's partial.
Copy. Just hold
stocked crinoid. We observed this before, so we can, when you're ready, move on.
Come wide video.
All right. Bringing my head
Full
left. 300. And the terrain is closer to your left, so up and over.
Yeah, copy. I see that big feature there.
Oh yes, right now, any of you can see the Stream 2 feed. There's a really nice view of the D2 in the Sirius view.
I'm going to take my camera back.
Oh, right.
Okay, thanks.
Let's come up a bit, Chris. We're still closing with this feature.
Copy that. Coming up.
So currently we're traversing over some reasonably steep ledges or slopes which then go into flatter areas. We just come to the top of one and then we'll see another ledge coming into view in a minute. Again, all this dark iron magnesium covered carbonate with loose blocks that have broken off and rolled down.
Can we do a quick zoom on that debris pile on the right?
Sure. Start to go in video.
Partial.
It's a
knife.
Plastic knife.
Plastic knife.
So actually it's interesting. Here we actually have got a little sediment chute with some coarse-grained sediment. You can guess the size of it using the knife. So 2 or 3 centimeters diameter little chunks of rock, which contrasts with the mud on to the left of us and to the right of us. This is some little chute where pieces of sediment have been dropping down the slope.
Okay. Come back wide video. Anything else here, watch these?
No, that's good, thank you.
Full wide.
Copy.
All the little white pieces you see surrounding our pteropod shells.
Okay, pilot.
So those are actually a type of mollusk. They're found in the water column, and their chests or their shells sink to the bottom.
The ship's
and
been
they,
stationary for a while
create
now.
a lot of sediment.
But I was still moving there.
I'll make my way to the center of your screen and check out this feature, and then I'd be okay with the ship move.
Yeah, I don't see any receding terrain yet. So nav, I'd say I'm just about 22 meters off the
We're at a depth of
bump right here in front of me.
3,510 meters.
Anyway, you can get that floating in there, video. That looks like a leaf. Okay, back wide.
Yeah, a little bit of plant debris, possibly.
Thank you.
Full wide.
Thanks.
Yeah, pilots, we can continue up. Yeah, Amanda, the view from Sirius has really been amazing throughout this dive, and it really kind of gives you I guess puts in perspective how large some of these features are that we're seeing. I mean, the D2 is, I think, let me confirm with the pilots, 3 by 3. Let me see. What is the size range of the D2? What are the dimensions?
That's a.
Can you zoom again on this linear feature to see if there are any minerals on it, or is it just my eye confusing it?
Sure thing. We can take a zoom here.
Sure.
Ready when you are.
Go for a video. Andrea, that's about right.
3 by 2.
And what's this?
Hold there, video.
Whitish stuff
Man,
on the
we
right
could probably
side of the
handle
screen.
another
Do you want to pan right a little
20
bit?
meters
Yeah.
safe, 30
kind of in
meters,
the crack.
looking like there's some room
Correct.
up above there.
In this crack here?
Yep.
Copy.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, if you can zoom even more, you know, the question is whether there is mineral precipitation.
Ready when you are, pilot.
Okay.
Or is it just
Go for a video.
our imagination?
Just going to kind of wander around.
Go ahead, RVNF.
Yeah, requesting a ship move 30 meters, 250 degrees, 0.2 knots.
30 meters.
Uri, what do you think? Do you think that it could be a little bit of precipitation?
Nice work, Dan.
0.2 knots.
0.2 knots. Thank you.
For a non-expert, yes, but I'm really not an expert.
Right.
It just looks like exposed carbonate.
Right.
Like it's been,
yeah.
worn off or hasn't accumulated the iron manganese. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, I agree, Jason. I think that's probably most likely. So here for everybody, we're actually seeing underneath that manganese coating the white areas where either the manganese coating has fallen off or didn't quite grow there. And so we're actually seeing the true color of the rocks.
Come a little wide video.
Yeah, but can you move back to the left to where we first zoom in?
I'm going to come full.
Yeah, I'll find that crack again, I think.
There.
You're at full wide.
Copy.
To the left a little bit more. To the left end of the screen. Yeah, right. Now zoom back there. Yep.
RVNF, the ship
Yeah,
is
with the
moving.
brightest where we first started. This fine.
Yeah, that's a sponge skeleton.
Yeah, just to the right of the sponge.
Okay. So pilots, can we zoom to the right of the
Back
sponge?
down there and see.
Sure.
It's kind of
We
a
get
real
set up
whitish.
here. And we'll stay there and
No, it's to the
don't
right
pan
of
right.
the sponge, not to the left.
To the right or to the left?
To the right.
To the right. Okay.
Okay. Start to
Thank
come in video. Just hold there.
Partial.
Thanks. I'll just try to keep that
So
centered.
Jason, what do you think about that right here? On right in front of us.
Carbonate just doesn't have the coating on it. I don't know. There's like a seam there. There's an overhang. Maybe
Would it help to
the coating just came off.
tilt our swing arm lights upward if we can? If they wanted to see the...
Stand by one.
Pilot, can we zoom in any more on that right in the middle of the screen, the almost tint
Sure.
of green, light-colored area?
Sure, go ahead, video. Stir it up a little bit.
Partial.
Keep coming. Is that full?
This is full zoom.
Might have to wait a couple seconds here for it to clear.
Sure.
Pan down just a fraction.
No pun intended.
More than that, watch lead.
That's great, thank you.
down in here.
Jason, Yuri, any more thoughts?
Ship store is now open. Ship store is now open.
Okay, come live video?
Sure.
Ori and Jason, would you like more zooms, or are we
Full wide.
good to move on up?
We can get a little tighter if they want more.
We're good to move on up. I was just checking here whether on the CDD there was any anomaly.
Okay.
We good to go up?
Yeah. Thank you, guys. Great.
Sure.
Let's go up.
So, co-pilot, with ship's moved about 20 meters. Sirius has moved very little at all.
Copy.
But we will be coming your way shortly.
I'll give you free rein of the swing arms if you think something like that is better lit up. If you drop them down a little bit, they're at an angle now, so
yeah,
just move them however you want.
ROV nav, this is the bridge.
Go ahead, Bridge.
The ship is back in a stationary holding pattern.
Thank you, Bridge.
You're welcome.
Back out here a little bit. Roger that.
Range to the wall has been constant the whole time. So.
Yeah, I can't tell if that's an
Okay, we're continuing
overhang
upslope
above
at
me
a
on
depth
Sirius.
of 3,499 meters.
Tilt Sirius up a little bit.
We should go up there and have a look, I think.
Yeah.
Before start coming your way.
I think we're okay.
So proceeding up a big steep face, again you can pick out the bedding and the carbonate, and again it's all black looking because it's covered by this iron manganese coating.
Coming up with you.
As Uri and Jason said right at the start of the dive, this big sequence of carbonates is about 1.5 kilometers thick. It actually varies in thickness a little bit along the island of Puerto Rico.
Yeah, agreed.
A lot of it is limestone, but it's interbedded with sandstones and shales and
Yeah, Bridge, could we repeat
rocks
that move?
of a
30
clastic
meters,
origin
250
with
degrees, 0.2 knots.
with the grains being deposited by perhaps flowing rivers onto this carbonate shelf where corals were growing just off the shore of Puerto Rico. It's all now been tilted and submerged. It was tilted very rapidly about 3.3 million years ago. So although we're currently at 4,500 meters, once upon a time all these rocks were very close to the sea surface.
At the end of my tether here, I'll come back down and see if we can find something while we're waiting on Sirius.
Yeah, I've noticed recently there's few attached fauna here again, so few sponges where previously we did observe several more. There was a couple areas where sponges were fairly abundant, fairly dense on some of the rock faces, where again here the rocks look pretty bare. There's a little bit more sediment cover here perhaps.
But actually it raises a really good point. I mean, looking at the picture now, there's that flat surface and there isn't a lot of sediment on it. And so whether this has been washed clean of sediment or for some reason.
We'd like to give the craft a little exercise and test. 10 minutes, maybe 5-10 minutes, just to.
We've got a little more tether now, huh? I'll head out.
We're at a depth of 3,491 meters.
So here as we're going up, we're starting to see more of the sediment again. I mean, maybe that flat surface was just scoured clean at some point. No.
Possibly recently.
Maybe.
It does stick out a bit. And if there's any current perpendicular to this, it would wipe it clean.
Another large stalked sponge.
So again, the bedding of these rocks is very clear. That's the horizontal lines that you're seeing. Each of these is an individual sedimentary bed that was laid down on the shelf. And again, from the Sirius view, you can see all these layers, almost like a staircase heading up the side of the hillside.
Yeah, pilot, could you please zoom in on that to the right?
Copy.
Standing by.
Like a few
start to come in video.
Crinoids potentially on the sponge stalks.
Keep filling the frame as I come over.
What's at the top though? That looks different.
Trying to get into the light. There you go. Keep going.
Some hydroids.
Still a partial.
And anemones.
Copy.
Let me know if you want some tilt assistance.
Okay. Keep going, Dan. Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
Okay, another potential hermaphid anemone. I think this is the same species we observed earlier growing on attached to the sponge stalks. But at the top here, this is a little different.
It's full zoom.
You can see the base where the part of the sponge would have been.
Working down slow. Copy.
Looks like it's covered in hydroids.
Position move is complete.
All right. Thank you, Bridge.
Anything particular we want to focus on, watch lead?
It's good for me. I was curious in what was the very top, but we got a good view of it.
Try to pick up the base.
Before you zoom out, though, let me ask Shoreside if there's anything else they want to zoom in on or have another look at.
A little out of the light down there, but
Tim, did you see any associates?
Okay.
You want to see with lasers?
No, I did see associates, but well, no, we got them all so far.
Okay.
These white things right here in the field of view, are those barnacles or are those something else?
Oh,
they look like
good
barnacles.
question.
Come back in, Dan.
Let's see. Can we zoom in on the white in the center?
I think it's a barnacle.
Yeah,
right there.
barnacles. Yep.
Those are barnacles.
Good eye.
Glyptolapnids.
You want to, tilt back up.
Crinoid.
Okay, great, pilots. Thank you. And video.
Yeah, thank you.
And video, I'm good when you are. Unless you want this for a little longer.
Simply for a few seconds.
Copy. It's a little out of the light now.
I'm starting to
Nav,
advance.
watch
on
lead.
ya.
All right, I'll pull back.
Copy.
It's full wide.
Copy, thank you, video.
Yeah, can I just get time we're leaving bottom?
Oh.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, great, perfect. So we have 20 minutes left in the dive, or 24 minutes to be exact. And after the dive, we'll have a dive planning call, probably 10 to 15 minutes following the dive. We'll post that information into the event log if it's working, and if not, we'll send it to everybody via email.
Okay, Dave, up.
And we're at currently a depth of 3,485 meters. So moving up slope.
Again, lots of sediment covering this rubbly, weathering carbonate outcrop, but it looks like a very steep slope.
Yeah, we're going up almost a complete vertical face right now. Again, you can see this really well in the Sirius view.
Might be coming to a break here at 3460. Starting to flatten out on sonar.
Copy that.
We just reached a flat part of the top of that slope, and I'm sure that as we go across it, it's going to get steep again. So a mud-covered ledge.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, actually, we're zoom out on IPAC a little bit. If we nearly attained the top here that we were going for earlier? Or? Oh, yeah. I was looking at the ship. Yeah, we're miles to go before we sleep. One thing is, if we want more bottom time, we can do the craft exercise during the ascent. There's no need to be on the bottom for this first go-round. We just want to put it through its full range of motion in all axes and pump some hydraulic fluid around. So we can handle that on the ascent.
And just to give an update, folks that may have joined us recently, where we are, we're about 80 miles northwest of San Juan, Puerto Rico. Currently in a depth of 3,470 meters, but we started the dive today at a depth of 4,050 meters.
Go ahead, Arvina.
Bridge requesting another ship move, 50 meters, 250 degrees, 0.2 knots.
50 meters, 250 degrees, 0.2 knots. Roger.
Yeah, Tim Shank is just commenting that we really haven't seen any cephalopods today, right? No squid, no octopods.
No, not on the
Very
previous
few fishes overall. I think 4, maybe. And then a few juveniles, potentially cuspioles. What's interesting to me, though, is a little deeper down. We had areas of rock faces that were covered densely in sponges, and now we're seeing few again.
Watch these. I'm just waiting for Sirius to catch back up with me, give me some more tether. So if you see anything, just let me know.
ROV nav, this is the bridge.
Go ahead, Bridge.
I'd like to turn my head about 5 degrees, come to 075 to be more head into the swells and wind.
All right. Thank you for letting us know.
Yep, no problem.
Give a partial zoom video. And just hold there. Okay, back wide. Thanks.
Full wide.
Copy. Alright, got some more tether.
So we're currently on a very sediment-covered part of the slope. Little bits of rock outcrop poking through, and in fact, we're probably getting even shallower, and we're seeing more mud. So what we've been doing is we've come up the side of this escarpment, is coming up steep faces for maybe 10, 15 meters or so, and then onto a shallower slope covered by mud, much like a staircase. So a steep bit and a flat bit, and a steep bit and a flat bit. And this probably reflects the rocks themselves.
Partial.
Copy. Keep going.
We have another holothurian, another swimming sea cucumber.
Partial.
Nicely transparent, so you can see his gut inside.
Oh, and he's releasing. Or she.
How do you sex a holothurian?
Good question.
Good time, Tim.
Video if you're done.
That's great, guys. Thank you.
Sounds like watch leads are.
All right.
Yeah, we can keep moving.
Full wide.
Copy. Thanks.
It'll be interesting. We started with a fairly deep dive today, 4,000 meters, and we'll be going to some other places that are deeper than this and shallower than this dive as well. Tomorrow, I believe, will be around 3,000 meters, and then hit even some shallower portions in the Mona Passage. Do some shallower dives from about 500 to 800 meters. And then we'll be visiting some seamounts on this expedition. Off of the southeast coast of Puerto Rico. And those dives will be much shallower than this as well. But we'll also be targeting, hopefully, the northern wall of the Puerto Rico Trench and taking the D2 down to 6,000 meters.
Anybody in the front row need a bio break? All negative.
Gonna keep moving up slope until the end of the dive. We have about 12 more minutes before the ROV pilots are gonna do a little bit of engineering work, and we'll have a conference call with the science party back on shore. Talk about the next day's dive and Sunday's dive as well.
So just traversing another ledge of carbonate, perhaps not that different from the very first outcrop we found at the start of the dive. 50 centimeters high and maybe 10 meters across, and submerged in this field of mud.
Thinking not a lot of sediment tracks here either, though, in general.
I think Jason made the point earlier that the best way to envisage what we've been diving over is a set of staircases, and so some of the sediment is accumulated on top of the steps, the flat parts, but most of it that's coming down is probably going into the trench.
Did you want to do one more small ship move before we head up?
We did see that one shoot of, reasonably coarse-grained, cobbly, sandy sediment. But apart from that, it's been mud, glorious mud.
Go ahead, RV now.
Yeah, Bridge. I'd like to repeat that move.
After that, 50 meters, 250.2.
50 meters, 250 degrees, 0.2 knots.
Roger. 50 meters, 250.2 knots.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
Pilot center, is that something? Oh, it's a dead sponge.
Yeah,
it's okay.
Go partial on it. Video. We're looking
It's right above it, though. Is
top
that
or
it?
bottom?
There's a nice live one to the right and up a little bit.
Do you want me to pull wide, pilot?
A little bit wide. Thank you, right there.
Yeah, we're still at partial zoom.
Copy that.
Yeah, this appears to be the common species that we have seen.
Come back in, video.
Today.
It's partial.
Copy. Keep going if you can.
It's full zoom.
It's a little out of the light. I'll try to inch in. But
Thanks, pilot. We can keep moving up.
okay. Full wide, yeah. Thank you.
So I've
Full wide.
closed on you a bit.
Okay.
Is that a line to the left?
Yeah.
Is it possible to zoom in on that from here, just to do a quick snap zoom?
Yeah, let's. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it just keeps going downhill. Go pilot.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go from here. Video.
Is it a cable of some sort?
Hold that.
Yeah.
Partial.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It does, doesn't it?
Come a little wide, video. Sorry.
Partial.
Copy. See if we can get a better look. Looks segmented. Like bamboo. Yeah. Go back in, video.
Yeah, we're discussing here as well if it's bamboo.
Still at partial.
Copy.
Sure looks like it.
It's organic. It's been eaten by something.
There's serpulid worms on it. Thanks, Jason. Jason Chater is just mentioning saw a lot of bamboo and a dive in Mona Canyon as well.
Okay, pilot, I'm catching up to you.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Sure. Combined video. Thank you.
Andrea, did you get a good look at the yellow at all? I was trying to figure out what those yellow amorphous shaped objects were on the bamboo.
Yeah, sorry, we didn't get a more close-up of that.
And I wasn't sure if you had a better look.
Yeah, remind the viewers that, you know, the deep sea, a lot of the food supply comes down from above. A lot of the energy source comes from above. And we often see, as we've seen today, bamboo, plant material that rains down, as well as pieces of wood. And if you notice, there's been a lot of different organisms colonizing this detritus and feeding off of it, or the bacteria that are breaking it down.
Well, I kind of sent you up the hill into the boring country there. Sorry about that.
And now we're traversing another very muddy slope with no outcrop. And the sonar not really showing anything near either. Another holothurian with its trail, presumably.
Yep. Another holothurian.
Give a partial zoom on this video. Stick.
Partial.
Copy. That's good. Come wide. Thanks.
Full wide.
Thanks.
Yeah, that looked like a stick to me.
Small pieces of rubbly outcrop just poking through the mud.
There's a tether.
Steeper slopes in front of us.
Any shot of getting this floating red guy here while we're waiting video?
Hey.
Shrimp.
Hi, Andrea.
Possum shrimp. Hello.
Hi, Andrea.
Hi, who's this?
Cooper.
It's Cooper?
I'm Cooper.
Who's your father?
That's all you get, I think.
That's it? How old?
4.
4 years old.
4.
You're 4? Are you watching the video today with your dad?
I'm making but Daddy's making a bunker.
Okay, Dan, you can come watch.
Alright.
That's probably enough before you tell all
Forward.
Hi, Krista.
I wonder if Cooper's our youngest viewer today.
Hi, Cooper.
Hi, Mike.
Hi.
My name is Cooper.
How are you?
A little hot, Dan.
Sorry.
That's
adjusting the other camera.
Good.
How old are you, Cooper?
You're 4?
Go Snapseam on this video.
Partial.
Daddy, you're so funny.
Oh, so.
Well, that's Jason Shader and children.
Okay, back wide. Let's see if we can get a little higher before the end of the dive. Thanks, video.
Full.
Copy that.
Okay, back onto some of more of this big outcrop of manganese-covered limestone carbonate with sediment over the top, with a kind of knobbly, weathered surface. Again, no sponges that we can see in this field of view. We can see some vertical structure there, maybe some joints. That crack running down the center of the screen might well be a joint within the carbonate.
This is interesting. Yeah, we need to move that float. The tether is above me, behind. Realize that. Pull up, get some clearance here.
So that was Cooper Chater saying hello to us online. Jason Chater's child.
What is that?
Very cool. 4 years old. Watching Deep Sea TV with his father.
I think I may have come afoul of something here.
Okay.
I see something.
Maybe inspiring the next generation of marine scientists.
Tether cam.
Or marine geologists.
It's not tether, I don't think. Stand by.
Copy.
Ship's stationary, right? Yeah, I think I got a piece of gear on me here.
Do you want me to get eyes on it?
It's just everybody stay still for a moment here.
Copy.
Is there anything I can help you out with, Copilot?
Negative.
So I think we're getting ready here to
go in and
stop transiting upslope. We made it to a depth of 3,434 meters. First dive. Of the expedition, April 10th, time is 2023 UTC, or local time is 4:23, 16:23.
Come down.
We had a great first dive today. We started the dive at about 4,050 meters, and I'll let Mike speak about the geology. Jason, or if you want to add anything, but in terms of biology, several different species of sponges, comatulid crinoids and sea lilies or stalked crinoids. Overall, density and diversity was fairly low in terms of megafauna. Attached fauna and mobile fauna for sure was extremely not very common, I should say, along this dive. Just a few species of fishes, Coryphaenoides, Armatus possibly, and Ophidiiform. And a couple macrarids, a couple other rat tails, possibly an Izumia, I think. And Yeah, anybody else have anything to add? Amanda and Tim, and then we'll go to the geology side to wrap up this dive.
I think we only got to see maybe one kind of coral today, the bamboo kind coral. I'm not sure if we
I
had
thought
a
for a moment it
definite
was a
genus on
tether,
that.
but
And
not so sure.
the swimming holothurians were quite entertaining as far as demonstrating their ability to move throughout the water, but also move on the sediment surface, creating a lot of biogenic features or traces. And do you have anything?
I think, I don't know, crustacean-wise, I'm thinking we saw two types of shrimp, one sort of benthic, one
I'll tell you what, let's get
and
get
we
set
really
up
didn't see
for
much in the way of
recovery.
crabs today. We just saw
Is
those
it time
few squat
now?
lobsters, right? And we should know we saw some wood today,
Is
which
it time to
was really
get set up
important
for
with some
recovery?
lipids on
Okay,
it. So
I'm
that's
going to
always
come
interesting to know.
right
We could talk all day, but there were
090.
the ctenophores,
Do you think you're free
the
of it?
ctenophores that were in the water
I
column.
don't see it.
Do you want me
Hey,
to
my
get
tether's going down, so what I want to do is stretch out.
Polychaete that we saw,
Let's see, so
and
I'm
the
just
seedy
move
undulating
ahead and up.
and the light.
Right,
Just
and we
move
also saw a
ahead.
really unique jellyfish that I think excited some
Stretched
people
out.
back at home.
Negative. Negative.
Great, thanks guys. I'm going to turn it over to Mike, lead some of the geology.
Okay, so let's briefly talk about what we saw in the geology, and Jason and Yuri can chime in. We managed to traverse about 600 meters of this escarpment, starting
Am I
at
going the wrong way?
4,060 meters
Yeah.
and getting to
Okay,
3,430. We were kind of hoping to see if we could see beneath the limestone, which here is about a kilometer-ish thick, but probably we started off in the limestone in the bottom of the carbonate bank. But as we came up, we saw various different structures. We came up a kind of staircase structure with steep slopes and shallower slopes covered by mud. And we saw various different states of the carbonate bank. And we were almost certainly seeing limestones and probably sandstones which make up that structure. In one place, I think we very clearly saw a bed of shale within some massive limestones. In other places, the limestones were more rubbly, more angular.
I think I can lateral over there.
And of course, what we also saw was a lot of this iron manganese coating, which makes it difficult to identify the rocks. The last thing I would say is towards the bottom, when we at the start of the dive, we saw a couple of places where it looked like parts of the rock face were flaking off. Very small scale, maybe only a meter across, but maybe some indication of some kind of slope failure on a very small scale. Higher up, we didn't see much evidence of slope failure at all, which is good. It tells us that this slope is relatively stable, at least on a reasonable time scale. And you know, the last thing we saw was this. We saw one example of a little sediment chute with coarse-grained sediment being funneled down the side of the slope. Yuri, Jason, anything else to add?
I think you covered pretty much all the major observations that I, at least, am going to take away from this dive. Like Mike said, we were hoping to maybe get below the carbonate and see the older rocks, the old core of Puerto Rico. It was a long shot given what we know about the region, and much down or any further down, and we would have been into more sedimented slopes. So I think we saw a pretty thick section of carbonate with interbeds of different material, and that's consistent with what we know about of the carbonate platform based on deep drilling holes and exposures onshore. So it was an interesting dive. I think we learned a lot about things about the stability of this steeper part of the carbonate platform edge that we certainly can take away.
Thank you, Jason. Yuri?
Nothing to add here. You summarized it very nicely.
You can come up faster.
Well, thank you, guys, and thank you for all your help. Without your expertise, I would be in trouble for sure.
I have you in sight in my cam here.
Andrea?
Yeah, let me just Nav, are we still moving up for a little bit, or are you guys just getting settled
Sure.
for your engineering?
We're setting up for recovery, and we're got some concerns here, so we're not available for any science right now.
Copy that, Lucky?
No, repeat. Yeah.
No, we're just getting set up for recovery.
Okay. So I'm about ready to recover. And just want to thank everybody for joining. This is our first dive of the expedition
here's a little
today,
shelf
April
I'll
10th.
probably be able to push
And,
out.
you know, in the beginning of the day, we had just a few little issues we had to work out, but it turned out fine, and it's been a great day. We're back online and looking forward to this entire expedition all month of April. So tune in every day. We'll hopefully be diving. The weather will be great for
Tether's clear. So
20
just keep
more
pushing
dives.
out.
And for me, thank you for all of you
that's
who were listening, and thank you for the pilots and ROV team who did such a great job for us.
Fantastic. Thank you, guys.
But what is
we'll
that?
have a ship-to-shore science
see something in
call,
my tether
in
cam.
15 minutes.
I don't
just
know whether
confirm
that's
that and
lens
put
flare.
the information in the event log.
The lights.
Get a final latitude and
Oh,
longitude.
we have it too.
I need you to push
as
out.
We have it too in ours. It's some sort of line.
Yeah, I need you to push out hard.
It's right,
Nice
it's
job,
right next to the
everybody. Thank
vehicle.
you.
Yeah, get some.
Talk to you soon.
Thank you, Tim.
Look at my port rail cam, Dave.
Port rail cam.
See it? If I don't want to turn right now, but let me lateral away from it, and then I'll turn.
Right, tracking you. But look at it on the tether. Where is it?
It is.
Yeah,
it's in
you're
my
moving
tether
away
cam,
from
so-
it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Come into auto head here. Keep it in sight. I knew there was something there.
Yeah, I think that's what you're.
Well, see,
getting
it's
all
on
that
me
debris
too.
from. Yeah.
Okay. So.
Do you want to have the ship pull us off of this wall, or we don't want to do anything? I guess it's the lines there. Until
Well,
we characterize it.
I think we need to get some motion going to get away from this wall, and now let's get a.
Yeah, there it is.
Let's get a look at what's going on here. We might want to go.
I turned.
Understood.
Do you want me to turn to my starboard and get eyes between you and I?
Yeah, but I want you to back away from it. You need to keep that line in sight when you're maneuvering.
Okay. So, get it in sight and turn 90 degrees port.
Get it in sight.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you can see it in sonar, actually.
Okay, I am going to start coming up a little bit here.
Copy. I also want to keep an
I
eye
think
on the
I'm,
wall.
Yeah, I think I'm free of it, but
Copy.
if it doesn't come up with us, we'll be okay.
Are you coming up? Because I think you're pulling the line up.
I think so too.
So why don't you stay put, and I'll keep eyes on it and turn to see where it is between you and I. And I think I'm clear of that wall generally behind me.
Don't come around any farther because you're going to run over your own tether.
Okay. Because that football doesn't bring it up and over unless you... Okay, I'll back up towards you a little.
If you look at... Here, let me get... right monitors.
Yeah, that would help. Yeah. Copy. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, that helps. Am I... Well, I think we got to get away from this wall.
Well, let's try coming up first. I don't want to get the ship moving because it takes so long to do anything. So I'm going to ease up slow here.
Okay.
And
I'm a ways up ahead of you.
Coming up slow. Okay, the other thing I need to do is get the swing arms in.
Yeah.
So, okay, you're facing away from me. Let me get those taillights out. That's a problem.
Do you want me to keep eyes on the line or no? Yeah, you can still see it.
There we go.
Is there any way you can bring that line out more video in my feed or my?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Trying.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the other thing, I'm just going to stop right here and get the swing arms in before we
copy.
Create a problem for ourselves.
Still have it in sonar. I think that cloud is probably where it was laying over the edge before Dave pulled it up.
Yeah, it may have slipped off. Okay, lower swing arm. Stow. And which way do we want to go, right or left for the swing arm lights when we stow?
I
want to
go
left.
One's right and one's...
Yeah, I'm on starboard, so I think I want to go left, correct?
No, you just stow.
Stowed. Okay. Port valve back.
And you can go left, but if the priority is just getting them in until we figure this out, then...
Yeah, I got them in. Leave. Back off. Port valve back off. Hydraulics. HPU down.
Can you increase the range of my sonar, Brian? Maybe just one.
Okay. Got the swing arms out of the way.
I don't know if that helps. That kind of makes it worse, doesn't it? Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to try to come up slow again here.
Copy.
And,
I have it in sonar. I can turn to get a visual. Oh, okay, yeah.
okay.
Roger, yeah. Okay, there it is. In my main HD, at the top of the screen. And I think it is going up because I'm losing it.
Well, I'm going up.
Right. Yeah, with you. But if you want to come up a little bit, at least then if I back down and try to turn, see it, we don't have to worry about the tether hitting the wall. Unless you think coming up will cause tension on it. Push back out a little here.
tugging on me now.
Yeah.
Oh, I've lost a thruster. That's part of my problem here. All right, stand by a minute.
Copy. If you want to talk to, I thought Carl was in the room. He said that was happening earlier. Thruster fault.
Oh, yeah.
We had it at 11 and 12 today. Right. Well, you coming back down, Dave? You're muted.
Yeah, I'm coming back down.
Copy.
I'd like to get my tail towards you again and see where we are.
Okay. Yeah. I have you in my tether cam, but I'd like you in another cam.
Yeah, I'm spinning all.
And you couldn't find anything in PTZ?
Gonna give it a try now. Try to go back into auto hit here.
Hey guys, it's the ship.
Hey, Ship. Tim and Amanda.
How are you, Amanda?
I'm doing well now that Tim got us some pizza to eat.
That's good.
How about you guys?
Good. We're just waiting on Andrea. She went to grab a coffee or some candy, I think.
Oh, sorry. I thought you guys were supposed to hand out chocolate or something at these meetings.
So Copilot Delta's -5. I came down a bit, try to relieve some tension.
Okay.
And I'm coming left to pick you up. You can see the cable and sonar 15 meters out.
Okay, Dave, I'm just going to sit here, hold my head unless you want me to do something different.
Yeah. Thanks.
Ship is stationary, correct?
Yes.
And are we pretty much stationary?
Yeah, we've settled out.
Okay. Look at D2 sonar right now.
Mm-hmm.